Alright, good morning everyone. I apologize in advance for any extra nasal tone to my voice. Allergies are just ending my desire to exist today. Um, it's getting nice out there, but pollen, etc. on top of the usual. Cats deciding that my pillow is their pillow, so I inhale a bunch of cat hair while I'm sleeping. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking shit about you. Won't you come over here being all cute? He came over here being all cute. Yeah, you. What's your deal? Why are you all cute? That's a good answer. Alright. Morning, everybody. Yes, Kevin, good morning. Hi. You just ate breakfast. You can take a beat, okay? Morning, Pup Tea, New Mexican, Tender Madness, Reckless Monster, Dex, Boosted Bandcamp, Fusion. Hope you're all incredible. I already need to blow my nose again. Actually, no. Just a wipe should suffice. We're good. Allergies are cursed. Alright, get up here, cat. Yes, you are cute. You are. Not the just catting end. Hey, don't point your butthole at the camera. Thank you. There we go. Anyway, so today's hotfix day. No butts, TOS. I know. I tried telling him he's a rebel. Today's hotfix day. So I have no idea what they could possibly be doing. Last week was like wild card hotfix stuff, like, oh, you're doing that, huh? So all bets are off. There's been a lot of speculation about SMG sniper or launcher tuning in some capacity. I'd say SMG would be the most likely. I hope they don't buff snipers again. Launchers, wouldn't really affect much. It wouldn't get people using launchers because they're already good. So if launchers have to be busted tier for people to acknowledge they exist, at this point, whatever, do it, right? Like, so in the meantime, there's a couple weapons I want to test out on the good old Miss Dancer build. So we're gonna do that. Do some chill chaos chamber runs. Giga Chad Zerker is still going on, just not playing it right now. Whether I pick up more of that playthrough today, I don't know. I haven't decided. So we'll just do some chaos chambers till then. So there's two guns I want to test out. I want to test out the 8-piece, which is another quest reward gun. Someone mentioned it, and I did happen to have, like, that day, I pulled a primordial one from a vending machine. So I've only shot this thing at inanimate objects. I've not used it in combat at all. And I only barely know what it does. So we're gonna try it out. What else? The other one. I want to try Fragment Rain. So let's go roll an enchant onto that Fragment Rain. Hey Sinju, how you doing? What do I even want on this thing? I guess I leave it on that, because that's like... That's a primordial fragment rain with spore fuse. It's not useful to this build, but whatever. Whatever. It's fine. Everything is fine. Hey newbie, how are you? How about me? I'm doing well, other than allergies kicking my ass. I'm excited to see what they do in the hotfix as well. Oh, why am I on Blizzard? Oh. Last thing I did was gloop. Alright, we'll wait it out. The gun is not awe-inspiring. without From the Shadows. We'll see how it is with From the Shadows. Certainly a lot of projectiles. Hey Chester, how you doing? Alright, come on, cooldown.
This world's no place for the weak. Ready to cast. Blink.
Alright, now we have our damage. Is this noteworthy? Not really. Like, it's fine. But it's just fine. But the fire rate is pretty nice when I have everything going. But it's just fine. What happened to Chad Zerker? Playthrough's still ongoing. I will just decide whether I'm continuing it today, later. I just felt like doing other things in the game right now. Didn't go anywhere. Haven't touched it. Okay. 8-piece, not doing it for me. Not doing it for me. Let's try Fragment Rain next. This Fragment Rain is already a good mobbing weapon. But when you add in From the Shadows and play the angles, it might get really, really good. Hey Jaybridge, how are you? David, good to see you as well. Apparently they're still supporting Borderlands 3. There's a whole bunch of events for May. Yeah. They said multiple times that they wouldn't drop support for Borderlands 3. And yeah, they've been running community events all month. And they ran one last month as well.
You're looking for trouble. You found it.
Should really use the Frost Amulet. Ooh, I should use Soaked with this. Hang on. This could get way crazier really quickly. How'd you die? Hey Envoy, how are you?
Elemental Eagle. Well, let's settle this in.
Yeah, so the thing with the Fragment Rain is don't expect to kill the enemy you're shooting, but that's actually a good thing. Because if you shoot one enemy that has high HP, it'll just kill everyone else on the map. Those Fragment Rain ricochets do more damage than the original impact, and they go through walls. Like, I just killed a bunch of enemies elsewhere in the map by shooting with that one. See how that guy died first? Hope they make the most for the sprite auto pickup at some point. Yeah, hopefully Fusion. That'd be huge quality of life. I do not like having to do a little dance every time I want to pick up one of those. Hey Portal Knight, how you doing today? I'm gonna try and PoE for new league start tomorrow. I had not been. PoE is on my list of things to try at some point. Specifically tomorrow? No. But as we get farther into Wonderland's lifetime, the likelihood of me settling back into my old stream schedule, where I play variety things on Saturdays, likelihood of that increases. So, we might have a variety Saturday this Saturday, maybe. Haven't decided. Also haven't decided what I'd be playing. Notes out yet? Not yet, Justice. Is this a Spore Zerker? No. This is a missed answer.
Rubbish. Die.
See, we use that guy to ricochet to everyone else on the map and clear that objective. Perfect example of how the Fragment Rain works. Like, it doesn't do good damage to the first target, but you don't want it to, either.
Now that's more like it.
So this is one of the items that I feel like if they do a balancing pass on weapons today, that this would be one of them, just because people haven't bothered to figure out how it works. Hey Hazel, how are you? Orbane, hope you're well today. No new notes yet. I'll update that command as it's necessary. Usually, we get this info anywhere from 10 a.m. to like 11:30, both Eastern time. So, at the soonest, 15-ish minutes.
This is my favorite killer fungus.
That's so satisfying. I think it might actually perform a little bit better with the plate mail. So we're gonna try that. Waiting for that new 500% buff to Sword Explosion. Anything could happen at this point, Portal Knight. You never know. You never know.
Piss off to the hereafter.
Ricochets don't keep that amp, do they? No. But if the ricochets are based off the damage of the hit, then in a sense, yes, they would. Fragment Rain versus Dragonlord statue's great. Shoot statue, by the time it dies, everything else is dead too. Yeah, exactly. This is probably the kind of situation people use Fragment Rain in and are like, but it no kill. Yeah, it's definitely not a single target. No. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Fine, we'll use real gun. Where'd you go? Hey Chimpy, how are you today? Mess around with the Perceiver at all? Not yet. I should. I should use a Perceiver on this build. Yeah, that's something I should mess around with. Yeah, it's unfortunate that this Fragment Rain doesn't have Hydra module. But the clear is very fast. What's changed? Nothing's announced yet, Austin. We do not have notes yet. And these updates don't go through until around noon Eastern. Finally found a volatile Fragment Rain yesterday. I've been having a lot of fun with it. We should have Gun with Wings throw. Yeah, if the legendary Furiors could get more chucking modules, that'd be kind of cool. Like, a few people have suggested if the Shadowfire could get Lightning Bolt delivery. That'd be pretty neat. Fragment Rain having Guns with Wings, I feel like Guns with Wings and Pixies are just kind of overtuned, so I don't know if I want more of those, but it would definitely add to variety. It would get the gun on more people's radars. So yeah, this is an anti-Lechance gun. Like, as in, do not use this gun on Lechance. Because he's the main target. Other targets die very quickly. This isn't really going to do you any favors. This is where you use other things. Such as the one and only, the one true gun. Last rites. Shadowfire is a very cool gun that does meth. Real Chuck's so damn cool. It is. If it had Lightning Bolt delivery, I think more people would give it the time of day. Or at least something more interesting. Like, maybe give it... Hell, give it Bouncy. Bouncy doesn't have much of a footprint on this game. Is Great Bow bad? No. There's a gun that'd be better for Play the Angles, or is Fragment Rain the best for it? Personally, I've found that some of the most ridiculous Play the Angles guns tend to be quest rewards. Last Rites and Pookie's Chew Toy are both incredible with Play the Angles. Heck Waiter is really good with Play the Angles. Let's go back to the cape and try that. If it was bad, it'd be called Bad Bow. That's an excellent point. Is the used version bad? No. See, this is a great way to murder all the ads in the bunny fight. You're not going to make much headway against the boss, though.
The storm takes flight.
Yeah, Fragment Rain, definitely not a bossing weapon. But it doesn't need to be. Although, I've heard of, Lazy mentioned he likes using it on drill against the harpoons. I'll have to try that. Oh.
For you, is it? Won't be enough. Got no juice. Another notch. Not going.
Start my Sword playthrough. Does ASA and Chance work with the Mirage? No. I just don't like the way Bouncy feels. Bouncy's one of those things used to kind of either a big target where the variability doesn't affect anything, or a room full of, you know, regular targets. The spec's called Mist Dancer and you're going against conventional builds. Could you call yourself a gorilla in the mist? I think so, Stuff Beaver. I think so. Ooh, shotgun mag size. Shame it's ability damage. But ability damage boosts play the angles. It's worth picking up. That reminded me I do want to roll rings. More Mr. Black Eye, how you doing? Go over the Hotfix already, is it out? No notes yet. No notes yet. I'm waiting same as you guys. As soon as the notes are out, we will go over them together. Oh, did someone make a video about Great Bow? I missed it. I don't want to know about it. I didn't know that happened. So, like other weapons, Great Bow is one of those that you can't just slap it on a bad build and do well with it. It's like, hey, how do I build around the Great Bow? And that's how you do it. You know a great thing you can apply to Great Bow? Amp. You know, while full 20% ward for 100% more damage. This isn't actually gun damage, it's a multiplier. So, you know, double damage. And then you can use an amp hilt for another 50% on your next 3 shots. On weapons that you shoot infrequently, that's extremely valuable. Also, because Great Bow hits so hard, can you imagine a play the angles Great Bow hit? Yeah, we're gonna roll snipers for Great Bows. Just keep in mind, any sort of take on an item's balance is bound to be filtered through the lens of the experience of the person who suggested that opinion. So, ooh, that's a primordial sawmill. Shame it's ×3 non-Ellie with a 15 mag. That's but primordial sawmill. So just keep in mind, any item takes, even ones you hear from me, I encourage testing on your own. Match entire inventory of antique bows. I do have a save of that somewhere. I think it might not be in my save folder at the moment. But I was using one of those to go for primordially used great bows, which I just moved to a different mule. For your manufacturer buff incoming. Hey JQ, how you doing? So I don't have my used bows in here right now, but I have... That's a primordial, I don't want to shoot that. This is just a volatile. Not even chaotic? Sad. Okay. Use a non-chaotic great bow. Another week, another busy news day. Yeah. Happy Hotfix day. Hey Viper, how you doing? Aced my interview this morning, got invited to the next stage. Whenever those happen, let's go. Knew you could do it. Congrats. Proud of you, buddy. So, I don't think that's bad. Just my subjective opinion. I don't think that's bad at all. Dead Space get another reveal thing, so there's that. Ooh. I'm curious about that. That's something I'd definitely like to make look content for. Big Dead Space fan. You think if this was labeled as a shotgun, people would just immediately like it more? Yeah. Sometimes it's about branding. Okay, zombie. You good? Sometimes it's about branding. I'll play the first Dead Space, love that game. Dead Space 1 was really fun and unique, and Dead Space 2 was just one of those rare, just good sequels. You know when you have a game series that'll be a one-off? No, there's a lot of games where the second one is where it peaks. There's some where it gets continually better over time. But there's some where you have one good game, and then the second one you're like, oh, what were you trying to do here? Dead Space 2 is definitely in the category of, hey, you peaked here. Dead Space 2 is peak Dead Space.
This'll be over before you can regret it.
And then Dead Space 3 is a fun game. It's not a good horror game, because it's, you know, not scary at all. And it's very EA in a few areas. But Dead Space 3 is a very fun co-op game. If you have a friend to play with, that's really enjoyable. I've done a lot of co-op playthroughs of Dead Space 3 because it's just really fun with a friend. Kind of like how Resident Evil 6 is a total train wreck of a game, but if you have a friend, it's a really fun train wreck. When does Shums 4 come out? About 2.5 hours-ish, Deep Zombie. Mass Effect 2, I love Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 is one of my favorite games. Would Fatebreaker be better with an amp shield and a high DPS weapon like Great Bow? Yeah, that'd be a good use case for Fatebreaker. Portal Knight, that's actually a really good idea. I like that a lot. Fatebreaker with amp, if you can get it. Yeah, I think that'd be really good for this kind of setup. For at least this kind of weapon. Definitely need a Sabomancer. I miss Fade Away from the Shadow, just better Fade Away. Yeah, Fusion, for sure. It's not even realistically a sniper, it's a shotgun bow. Yeah, fantasy, but yeah. So-called free thinkers when they see any shotgun. Oh my god, I love this gun, it's so great. It's true, though. I mean, that's me in Hyperius shotguns, we all know. Morning Blog, how you doing? Hope you don't mind, took your dot build and hybridized it with Mox's build, have Grave Stab with multi-element, corrupt play build dot build, really happy with how it came out. Thanks ever so much, so fun to play. Inspiration to Tinker came from you, though, as always. Hey, I'm really glad that you got that experience. I'm glad my builds can do that for anybody. I don't really, you know, push them out there in the same sense as a lot of creators do. I'll more just show what I'm doing, explain why I'm doing it, and you know, why I made those decisions. I don't really do the build video thing, so it's cool when you guys will take them and run with them anyway. I like that. Thank you. Exactly how I feel about Doom Eternal. I like 2016 a lot, but I love Eternal. Right, for some people, the sequel is just like the full version of the concept. A train wreck of a game that features several train wreck set pieces. You're not incorrect, Jaybridge. There are a lot of train wrecks in that game. Both literal and metaphorical. My experience playing with friends can turn many poor games into fun poor games. True. True. You guys remember Army of Two? That series? They apparently made 3 of those. I never played the 3rd one, and I didn't know what happened till like several years later. But the first game was incredibly fun with friends. The second one was kind of like, I'll play you anyway. Mass Effect 2 and 3 are good, just a specific thing makes ME3 not as good. Some of the direction taken with the writing in 3 is like, but it's still a fun game. Army 2 is so good co-op. Yeah, like, and the weapon customization ahead of its time. Just a cool game. I somehow forgot exactly how good Great Bow is, because it's clean in house. Oh yeah, maybe this is the gun people confuse Great Bow with, because this one is terrible. But the Great Bow is great. And I'll have you guys know that this is a non-chaotic one, being used on Chaos 35, and we're still able to 2 to 3 tap things. If this was Primordial, we would be 1 to 2 tapping things. I do have other saves with Primordial Great Bows. Maybe I'll have to do some shuffling there. A Mentalist. Oh, is that where it came from? I didn't know anyone had made a Great Bow video until like 5 minutes ago. Remember, opinions are opinions. Sometimes people get it wrong. Doesn't make them any less worthy of our attention, respect, etc., etc. A tough thing to... Yo, Tom, I got back. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. What's Quag Fine? What's happening? Thank you so much. Something... Here's gonna go again. Thank you again. So a thing that's tough for the Borderlands player mentality to shift into is build around item rather than slap item on build. A lot of items in the main series Borderlands games are just kind of, hey, this gun does this. Put it on build. Gun good. Gun shoot thing, make thing die, gun good. Items are a lot more finicky in this game. They'll have a specific thing they want you to do or a specific stat they want you to build around to get value out of the item. Example, that last right shotgun that I never shut the fuck up about, it's not going to feel very good to you if you don't have fire rate, because then you don't get to shoot it very often. The Fragment Rain SMG that I used a bit earlier today, that one requires multiple targets, and it requires you to shoot one target to kill another. If it's just one target, it's pretty weak. Great Bow here requires you having access to a crit spot, or a way of critting in general, and is heavily, heavily improved by AMP. Because it is a high base damage weapon that you don't shoot overly frequently. In your honest opinion, is it good? The Great Bow? Yeah, the Great Bow is one of the better guns in the game. Hey, them that are about Borderlands 3 weapons? Alright, let me find you one, Sinju. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is perfect. The Malik's Bane is now a top-tier weapon, one of the greatest buffs since the release of the game. I just want to say thanks to Gearbox for making me finally have some fun with Borderlands 3 again. It's so ammo efficient with a really great secondary fire mode, so I can kill enemies at a distance. When they get up in my grill, I switch to the freaking best shotgun underbarrel firing mode and murder the crap out of my foes. The joke here is that gun's terrible, consumes all your ammo, and everything about it is terrible, but it's still better than a Kaokon. And dropped all the time, and dropped all the time. Wasn't really impressed with Fragment Rain's damage when I used it, although I was comparing it to Auto Magic. Well, that's the thing, it's not a single target gun. Like, its single target DPS is rather low, but that actually helps it out, because the longer the target you're shooting is alive, the more you can ricochet to other targets. So, like, let's say we were fighting this Dragon Lord statue. I could just Fragment Rain here and start killing everyone else in the map. And because this statue is still up, I have something to ricochet off of. See? The enemies I'm not shooting are the ones that are dying. So Fragment Rain's a mobbing gun. Fair point, I don't really think we're short on mobbing options. That is also true. We have lots and lots of things that excel at mobbing in this game. Things that are good at bossing, much more narrow scope. Which is why I think it's important that that people judge things on their strengths rather than their weaknesses, because game designers clearly intended us to, you know, use bossing-friendly things when bossing. There's no other explanation really for things like Banshee's murder aura, Drill's hitbox issue, and DPS check, Son of Witch's DPS check.
Magic strike. Wings of death.
Mark Spade. Use Fragment Rain like use Ties of Bind, just not as broken. It's indiscriminate. It's a Mars indiscriminate skill in a gun. Indiscriminate did massively more damage to the second target than the first. It's just that. Play the angles, you know, same energy, except play the angles ricochets again. Shooting an Immortal Barrel with Fragment Rain gives me energy. It is an option. Hotfix knows that? Not yet, Tough Nation. Not yet. I'm waiting just like you guys are. Plate Mail with 2 in haste. If the passes were better, I would take that. If that sniper fired in a conical shape, you think they make it a little better? What, the Kaokon? Mr. Black Eye? Is Stab ever going to be buffed skill-wise? Like, I don't... like, don't even buff the amounts, just change the way they add to the formula? No, because Stabbo is currently in the Borderlands 3 Amara boat, where early on, people vastly overvalue its power, and then it's deemed not a problem because there's not enough discussion about the weaknesses. Like, people were, for a lot of Borderlands 3's life, talking about how much damage Amara did. She didn't. She never did. People were talking about how good this class mod on Amara is. It wasn't. It's placebo. None of her class mods had any significant impact on her gameplay. The best one, Phase Zerker, was still minimal. And then the other ones were ranged from situational to completely awful. But because of the conversations around the character never were accurate, those issues are still present to this day in Borderlands 3. So, Sabomancer is likely in that boat. People are conflating the power of From the Shadows with the power of Sabomancer. So, like, this, top tier, arguably the best action skill in the game. Extremely good damage application tool with good uptime. Lots of things feed into it well in terms of gear synergies. Just a very good skill. Everything in the Sabomancer tree that isn't in this right column ranges from situational to bad. Great bow. Primordial. Hell yeah. So we just turned a non-chaotic great bow into a primordial used great bow. There you go, if you ever wanted to see that happen. What would Sabo Berserker look like with the Berserker class feat? Should be good, I think. Berserker class feat is kind of good on any multi-class combo, Mr. Black Guy. And regarding your earlier question, changing the firing pattern would do a lot for the Kaokon, yes. So we can use this one now. Let me switch to that one. Do I have a sniper ring? I feel like I meant to keep a sniper ring, but I just never did. Also, how is my inventory full? Hello? What do I have? Someone remind me later, just at some random time throughout the stream, like at least an hour from now, to get a new bread slicer. Okay, I have room now. About 20 sword solutions there? I do. Oh, wait, Quag, you need a new bread slicer. I think I do. Full battery. I'm late, what I missed? Hey, Mr. Adblock. We got a primordial used great bow from shooting a non-chaotic regular one. Now we're gonna do a run with that. Slicer, I just... Wait, that sounds bad. It does sound bad. Thank you for catching that. It's got an empowering sigil with plus 128% effect damage on it. Is that normal for those? So, like, don't look at that on any card in any Lens game ever. Time I got back. Because it's just kind of a misleading thing. So, this one I have is 118%. I assume this means you got 3 spell damage parts on yours. It's something that's already factored into the base damage. So that 282 I have up there already includes that 118%. And certain parts that change the way a base spell function works already include some amount of buff there. Like this one, this empowering sigil, only has plus 98%. And it's got 1 spell damage part, but 1 spell damage part is not 98%. Some of that is just from how the sigil works. So just ignore that. Found some good synergies for the bread slicer. Yeah, it's a really high DPS weapon. Like, really high DPS. In terms of assault rifles, it's probably the highest DPS assault rifle. Also, we're one-clicking enemies. This gun's cracked. Primordial's a huge difference, I'm telling you. You gotta do two things. You gotta get a good version of the item you're testing when you test an item. And you also gotta have a build around it. So this is what you do with a great bow when you get a good one on a build that maximizes the great bow. And this could get better. Like, we could have a cryo or we could have a frost or a lightning one, and then switch to Cape of Tides, because a great bow is 7 projectiles. We have a very good chance of triggering Cape of Tides on every single shot. So anything that would survive our first hit is definitely not surviving a second with that on the table.
Elemental Eagle!
This is another gun that fire rate helps out a lot as well. You think a fortifying sigil to move with you like an empowering sigil would be broken? I don't think it'd be broken. I think it'd be a good idea for a legendary sigil. Called, if they at some point come out with, legendary sigils, I think that'd be a good idea for one. Bread Slicer is meh, but when they buffed the damage lower, the fire rate got nice. Well, it was really good before that, and I know some people who actually preferred it before that. Cheese, for example. Bread Slicer is just, I don't really know a way of describing it other than it just has high DPS. It shoots out a lot of saw blades that hit really hard. It's got an in-baked increased crit chance. So you guys know how magic barrel black powder shotguns have increased crit chance? Well, so does the Bread Slicer, despite the fact that it's a Stoker AR. So that's one thing it has going for it, for sure. So can a great bow turn into a great bow at a different tier after shooting it? Yeah. So this was a non-chaotic antique great bow, and then we shot it, and it became a primordial used antique great bow. Because the game considers them different items, so it does that check again when it gives you the new one. They're delaying Dying Light 2's first story DLC until September. They should delay that game. Like, why does Dying Light 2 have worse animations than fucking Diablo 1 from 1997? Someone explain it to me. That's why Lazy does summon a Primordial. Yeah, Fusion. It's insane. Guessing you have to be on Chaos 35 for it to turn Primordial. Yes. Did it change elements? No, the element remains the same. But the Chaos tier can change. And more often it does change. Because your chances of it, for example, staying Primordial, very low. It's much better chances for it to upgrade, because you get more of them in the first place at the other tiers. Am I also right in thinking from experience that an unused great bow can be enchanted, but a used one cannot? You are correct. You are correct. Used great bow cannot be enchanted. Which maybe for this one item it makes sense because, like, look at the item model very closely. If you look at the scope right here, there's a crack in it. It's intended to be like a broken item. Like, hey, you fucked up. You broke this. But they gave it enough damage that it's still a good gun. Like, in terms of card damage, look at this thing. 730 times 7. That is higher than most guns. That is higher than most guns. Does crack show up when you ADS it? No. Morning, Paul. How you doing? One thing I've seen higher is Cannonballer. Cannonballer at Primordial can break 11k now, I think. So yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Talons of the Tempest.
See you later. Take it easy, Deep Zombie. You have a good one. Shooting a cannonball should do that much damage. Also true.
Looks like
Primordial unused great bow is way too much damage. Yeah, it's an unused one is 10 times damage of a used one. So 7,300 times 7. That's a lot of damage.
It's my duty to steal that.
More than enough to one-shot raid bosses, as I've one-shot the 3 aspects, not the maker. That could be done with just stuff I don't want to do. But yeah, I've one-shot Bark, Gloop, and Bunny with great bows. All before Primordials, I think. So this was on Chaos 20, but still. I think your target would have to be a ship for the Cannonballer to hit it, though. Also true. Hitting something with a Cannonballer is very awkward in its current state. I would like them to give it some quality of life attention. Similar to how the Sword Explosion's projectiles got faster and the fire rate got better. Cannonballer, they could just, like, make the projectile trajectory a little less awful. That would go a long way. Hey, Poison Dart, how you doing? Good to see you. Think I'm gonna give snipers another chance again, shredding with it? Hey, I'm really glad you're giving it another chance, Paul. And thank you for being open to that. There are bad snipers in this game, but they are the exception, not the rule. Like, this gun is incredibly good. Look at that. 2 shots. 1 to break it, and then 1 to do the thing. Like, gun good. We're gonna bully the raid boss with this thing. It's gonna be rude. It's gonna be real rude. So is Kaokon the Malix of this game? Yeah, except it's somehow worse. Is the Envy good? The Envy can absolutely be made to be good. It's a gun that is very spammable. It's got the black powder ricochets, so those are 2 things you can immediately build around. You could go from the shadows, get a bunch of fire rate, and then go to town. It's not going to be one that scales as well with amp as something like this does, because you fire it a lot more frequently, but it can be absolutely good. And it's got a very traditional feel, the Envy. It feels like a classic sniper, but you're just cracked with fanning the hammer. Not seen anyone ADS with almost any gun in Wonderlands. For a long time, Bluck, the ADS sensitivity on sniper rifles was bugged. So they fixed that in the patch, but people got in the habit of not ADSing. And there's not generally sight lines to warrant ADSing, nor are there item mechanics to warrant it. There's that one Spore Warden skill, but 1.8% gun damage per point per second is extremely low, and if you're trying to get the full bonus of this, you're locking yourself out of using your action skill, using your spells, using your enchantments, moving quickly, mantling, dodging attacks, and boss design in this game is such that you need to dodge attacks. This is the kind of skill that would work better in, say, Borderlands 2, where bunny hopping is enough to turn off the AI of almost every enemy in the game. Not really a this game thing. Finished a contract today. I think next starts after Memorial Day, so some time off. Hey, I'm glad you're getting some mute time. 4 shots. That's all it took. 4 shots. Not matching element. Not on a quote-unquote meta class combination for dealing gun damage. Still 4 shots. That was faster than a sword explosion kill, by the way. Feel bad for Bunny? Me too. This is gonna be rude. Average Wonderlands map is way too small for ADSing, really? Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, Bunny. We've had our differences, but you didn't deserve to get done like this. The B in DBJ stands for bully. That's fair. For me, if the gun has any kind of scope, I'm not going to ADS down it. That's fair. The bully juicy? Yes. Looking for a health vial, because I want my full health enchant, damn it. But the game's like, no, you just need ammo. There we go, thank you, fuck. God damn it, give me my health back. Unfortunate. Not one cycle because I was missing my health. Gun bad. Bully McGuire. Good one. I like it. lots of melee enemies too that are getting in your face to murder you. Yeah. This game isn't really designed for traditional sniping. That's why so many of the snipers are not traditional snipers. But even the ones that are traditional snipers, such as the Carouser and the Envy, you just treat them like big pistols. Time for the plant dog. I did not select this run. I didn't feel like doing the maker. Hey, Uncle Noble. How you doing? Get notes yet? Not yet. It's a volatile Panamecium with all damage. But only one Wrath of Nature. What do you want, cat?
Did you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
Today's the day I can feel it. We're getting a Blizzard buff. Hopefully. I'd love to see some tuning to Blizzard, Feral Surge, Cleansing Flames, and Dire Sacrifice. That would make me very happy. Pen you running this, by the way? I'm running a Theurge. If you're running from the shadows, chances are you're running a Theurge. Unless you have Berserker Capstone. Hey Liam, how you doing? I exist, therefore you pet me. Accurate. Finally got myself a Contagion build, really enjoyed the distraction. Contagion's fun. I like that there is a threshold of investment. Now, it's not a super high threshold. Like, you pretty much need 100% status damage for Contagion to start doing crazy things. Well, 101, technically. And you can get 20% from max potent poisons. Then you can go and get 60% from Wisdom. A little more if you're not a Village Idiot, but assume you're a Village Idiot, so that's 80%. That just means you need one roll somewhere else, whether that's a Caustic Hilt or a status damage roll at Chaotic or higher. But there is a threshold of investment. Rogue Hip Nerf Part 2. Kanban, why are you the way that you are? Want a functional overhaul dedication? I'd like that too, Insane Thing. That'd be cool. I see a lot of requests for things like making Awe better, and I'm like, no, Awe is already good. It did get unjustifiably nerfed earlier. I know the concept of, you know, having perma from the shadows effectively without the damage penalty scared people, but even Clawbringer with that is more balanced than Spell Shot with 0 skill points. But I won't get into that. But Awe is fine. Focus on the parts of the class that need it. Cleansing Flames, Radiance, Dedication, and then improving the cooldowns on the Wyvern special attacks. That's enough to make Clawbringer, like, not have problems anymore. The problems of Clawbringer are slightly overstated, but they are there. Class is good, but it's got weird identity crises that, for example, Spellshot doesn't. All good, what you mean? I've just seen commonly people requesting for Awe to trigger off of bonus elements, such as Oath of Fire and Body Rune. And the thing is, there's two ways you achieve that. Method 1, you change Awe, which doesn't need it. Hey Tatsu, thank you for the host, I appreciate it. You change Awe, which doesn't need it. And I'd rather that development time and those resources and that energy go towards things that do need it. And then option 2, you have change bonus elements in terms of how they work. And option 2 leads to things like using a Cryo Buffmeister makes your guns able to trigger double knot. Like, that's what option 2 leads to. So, like, maybe no. Maybe instead we just work on the things that actually need love. Morning, Diamonds. How you doing? Good to see ya. When you see the element damage on an amulet as a boost to any damage source of that element, yes. SMG buff would be great. Fan of the Blazing Volley. I think the Blazing Volley's in this spot where it's like, okay. I don't think a buff would be a balance problem. I don't think it necessarily needs it either. I think it's in that, you know, that comfortable area where as long as a buff isn't too big, it would just make more people want to use the item, and I don't think that hurt anything. So, sure. Fragment Rain getting a buff, depending on how big it is, could potentially be a bad thing, because it's already really good at mobbing with a little investment. Borea's Breath feels just kind of like okay. Maybe buff the Chuck on that one. Shadowfire, Throwable Hole could use a little bit of love. They're not bad, just mediocre. But the thing is, if you do a global SMG buff, that affects the non-uniques, which includes Deodans, Nightshades, and Spriggans, which none of those need buffs. And it also includes the Livewire and the White Rider, which also do not need buffs. So I'm hopeful that if they do SMG tuning, like a lot of us have speculated they might, if they keep it reasonable and don't do a global. SMG Copium this week? Yeah, Tatsu. Nightshade needs a buff to fire rate, I swear. It doesn't, though. That's the one downside of the Nightshade. If you don't have enough fire rate to dump the whole mag before the slowdown, then you lose DPS. That's the trade-off. It also gives you something to build towards, because if you then build into some fire rate and get enough to dump your whole mag, then you don't get the slowdown, and you massively ramp up your DPS. It's the one thought-provoking aspect of using a Nightshade. Or a Spriggan. Spriggans have that too, as do Deodans. Deodans? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Blue where? That's why I said swear. Ah, you're saying bad words. No swearing. Want pistol nerf Copium? Like, I don't think they would. They already nerfed the Catatumbo and the Handbow. Catatumbo nerf was, like, really weird. Handbow, sure. That being reined in a little bit makes sense because the gun's still very much alive and well, as is the Catatumbo, but, like, Handbow arguably was overperforming. I can't speak. I need more coffee. Ugh. So, whatever. Fine. Auto magic buff, well placed. Maybe a little much, but well placed. Message, they've slowly buffed every aspect of it over time. Sure, whatever, fine. Liquid cooling nerf, fine. Queen's Cry nerf, a bit surprising, but it's had no impact on its usage, so whatever. I don't see a pistol nerf happening. Now, of course, there's the non-uniques. Fear Knots, Whatnots, Ludites. Those are massively overperforming, but do you think they'll nerf all pistols just to hit those? Ruby Spite nerf? Yeah, that was weird. Ruby Spite nerf was really weird. Chaotic Shark's Bane, but it's ability damage. No thank you. Gluttony buff was also weird. Nerf Pookie's. Pookie's nerf makes a lot more sense after I've used it at endgame. Like, Pookie's is genuinely scary. I agree with the Pookie's nerf after playing with it. And that's not a shitpost, by the way. If you do not see me use the Pookie's 2 toy, basically think of it this way. Imagine you took the ammo return mechanic of the call pistols, or the call weapons, I should say, in general, from Borderlands 3. You take that ammo regen mechanic, right? Or ammo refund mechanic. And then you put it on a Maggie. That's the Pookie's. That's what that gun does. Excuse me, it's the Margaret. Yes, sorry, the Margaret. Morning, Micro. How you doing? Wonder how the non-gun damage Shark's Banes feel. I'd imagine pretty good, because the trigger condition for them is very reasonable. It's just crit, and then you get 25%. Now, that's a lesser value than something like a championship ring, which is 100%, but obviously a lot more situational. Bossing is where you tend to need more damage, so I would still, like, if you had to rank these things, I'd rank a championship ring over a non-gun damage Shark's Bane. A mood ring, if applicable to your build, same thing, it's a lot bigger. Fingertip pulse oximeter is like a maybe thing, but Shark's Bane still ranks pretty high, even as a non-gun damage one, because it's very accessible. Just crit to get the 25% boost. It's just big stats. Gonna rock with today. This is a used antique great bow. We shot a regular one and it turned into a primordial. So we're slaying out with it. Where do I think I want some spells in melee to get buffed? Such as, which ones? Which ones? There's a couple melee weapons I could be on board with a buff for. In particular, Pincushion, Ragnarok. I think those you could justifiably advocate for. In terms of spells, though, there's a lot. There's far fewer that I would really want to see touched. Maybe Laser Hand could get a buff. Maybe Inflammation. Although I've been building around Inflammation a little bit off stream. It's a lot of fun. It's just not as good as I want it to be. And Pincushion the Torque melee, that's Ragnarok. And it did not receive the Torque buff.
Thanks for the one-up.
Thanks, Play the Angles. Very cool. Just 2 clicks. Boom, boom. You think the tracking on the threads could be better? Sure. I don't know if I'd consider that like a buff, though. I mean, I guess you could. But, I suppose the nature of what we were talking about, I was assuming, you know, damage increases. But yeah, making the tracking on threads better would be cool. It's just quality of life.
Are you stupid enough to mess with me?
Cold pizza type morning. Ooh, what you got on it? Want a Storm Surge buff? So, Storm Surge doesn't need a buff, Pico. It needs a fix. Like, buffing Storm Surge doesn't address the fact that it currently does literally 0 damage. We don't know how much damage it's even supposed to do because it does 0. I'd say a bug fix to Storm Surge. Saw Blades and Frozen Orb buff? Absolutely not. Saw Blades and Frozen Orb are both really, really good. What's Storm Surge? The melee weapon that inflicts a status that causes enemies to occasionally be struck by lightning. The purple version is called Tide Sorrow, I believe. Ah, I took a hit. Yeah, I played that poorly. So I did not get the fast kill. Well, at least not the melt. This is still a fast kill. Rogan reload fix would be sweet. I think that's just a Skullduggers in general thing, Jeff, but some sort of correction to that would be nice for sure.
That's the good stuff.
So that damage is nasty. Grappa has a pretty okay dot. 613. And I've got 34% status damage from here. I've got 28% from my potent poisons, and plus my armor is giving it +2. And then I've got max wisdom. So I am over the threshold for where Contagion can do shenanigans, but I do only have 2 points in Contagion, so it's not doing it too frequently. Can I melee you? I can. Simple Rick, thank you so much for the Prime for 11 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Does purple version work? No. If you think about the idea of them adding class-specific mods like in previous games, I think that'd be awful. Because what does that accomplish other than making your farms worse across the board? Like, it adds in an item that some classes literally cannot use. Like, what does that do other than make farming worse? Could impede diversity, does that too. I was not paying attention. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Yeah, whatever, I deserve that. You know, Great Bow kind of fucks? It does. Died because I was stupid. Didn't think about how grindy plasma farming already is. Yeah. Like, imagine you go out farming, you get an armor with great passes for your build, great skills for your build, and you get the effect that does nothing on your class. Like, Oh, there's already situations where that happens. What if you're running a health regen tank-based build, or a Reaper of Bones build, and you get your ideal armor on a Deathless? You're already in a situation where it's like, hey, this is terrible, please don't do that. Having some technical difficulties with my Xbox account, and all I want to do is play Wonderlands. I've heard a lot about technical difficulties with Xboxes on this game lately. Simple Rick. One of the things I enjoy about this game is even on C35, if you aren't hard stacked up on status damage, it can still hurt enemies reasonably. Right, it's really good chip damage. It's really good chip damage. Dark magic makes my Deathless build super sketch. What do you mean? Xbox plays the game perfectly fine. I've seen people have trouble getting into the game at all, Sinju. On Xbox specifically. Loop, you're being very difficult. Awkward. I had a bad lineup. Once again, user error. Yeah, that's why we switched to Blizzard there. Gives us ASA without the damage penalty from the shadows. It's the only time in the game I actually like Blizzard. Notes? Notes are out. Okay. Do not spoil before I get to them. Okay, okay, let's read this. Let's read this. Okay. Weekly rotations, weekly event. Supreme Savings is still live. Okay. Feature run. Nightmare and Shara. Okay. Manual transmission and Donkey in the assault rifle bunny. Okay. I know some people are going to complain about that. And they're going to be like, oh, it's even harder to get good assault rifles. Shut up, you literally wanted this. But that's cool. Make it easier to get those. Found several ring bonuses that match up with how challenging the condition was to trigger. In addition, we'd like more rings found with great stat rolls to be more interesting to pick up, not have rings that are trivially easy to trigger like Mood Ring or Championship Ring be the singular outstanding choice. We're investigating a bug impacting shell casing and are looking to address this in a future update as it cannot be hotfixed. Okay, they're aware of the shell casing issue. That's great. If you guys didn't know, shell casing was actually just a copy of the low health one. So the ammo one was a copy of the health one, the low health one. They reduced Championship Ring. Okay, people are going to be mad about that. Shut up. Buffed Thumb Cuffs, nerfed Finger Ward. Again, that's fair. Buffed Silicone Ring. Nerfed Mood Ring. This will affect spell shots the most, so I'm here for it. Buffed Promise Ring. Buffed Insight Ring. Ooh. I like this. I like this a lot. Insight Ring's fun. Buffed Lethal Catch. This is a good one. I feel like Lethal Catch was underwhelming. I have a couple of those in my inventory right now. I feel like that was underwhelming. So that's cool. That's cool. I like that. Good balance, honestly. Championship Ring and Mood Ring were, like, way too good. I don't think Finger Ward was a problem, considering how difficult it was to keep your ward full in this game. But whatever. Not many people used it anyway. But the buffs to Thumb Cuffs, Promise Ring, Insight Ring, and Lethal Catch, those are big. Silicone Ring, I mean, I guess that's nice. Maybe I'll actually start looking at those, which is the intention of the update, so. Hope for Nightmare to come around now and get Twin Soul drops easier. Yes, it's Twin Soul week. Let's go. What else does Nightmare drop? Time Skip is Nightmare, right? Is it Time Skip? I think it's Time Skip. Just update the command. What does time skip do? You snap a bunch of times, and each time you snap, you make a new projectile, and then once you're done snapping, you flick your hand forward, and they all go seek out enemies. It's really cool looking. It's some anime shit. Oh, hang on. Streamer's not awake. Nightbot. Nightbot. There we go. That's all the notes. That's what's there. Now the real question is, Stage 4 Chum's an actual boss? Probably not. Probably not. I'm confused as to why they didn't add the other obelisk-specific drops to the bunnies. Maybe they intend to do that over time. Maybe they intend a different solution for that. Also, remember, the more they add to the bunnies, it's not a problem yet, but like as they add more stuff, it'll be more difficult to get specific things. I don't think you need to update the command because that one link's always updated. Oh, yeah, you know, that's a good point. I'm just so used to doing that from Borderlands 3. Just missed the note breakdown. Ring rebalance good. Ring rebalance good. It functions as a slight reduction to spell shot power, indirectly, which is good. I hope they keep doing one of those every week. They buffed some underutilized rings, nerfed some overutilized ones, added the manual transmission and the donkey to the assault rifle bunny. Should make those easier to get. Frenzied Wrath neck from Nightmare. Interesting. They just make a separate bunny for every DLC that just speaks out only DLC items. I think a lot of people would prefer that the DLC itself just, like, going in there to get the items. I think a lot of people would like if that was rewarding. Small hotfix makes me sad. Think about it this way, Cub. The smaller the hotfix, the less likely they're gonna break something. Hey Sean, how you doing? Hey man, at least they didn't nerf Torg Stickies. They're in a rough spot right now. Honestly, buff them. How you doing, Epic? I was scared that they'd buff Nightshades today, honestly. So, I'm just mostly happy that didn't happen. More great bows, gimme. Buff quest reward spawn rates and vendors for the week and put them half off. Yeah, it's the event. Wheel should just be more rewarding. It's disappointing as it stands right now. Put quest rewards in the wheel. Who else supports this idea? Quest reward items in the wheel. Also, delete the Chaocon from the game. Acceptable. I'll try a run with this. We used a non-chaotic and then a primordial. Haven't tried a chaotic with soaked. We can try that next. I don't have a suitable amulet for this. I guess I stay on the status damage one, then? Whatever. Honestly, can we just delete Storm Smite? Storm Smite's like, it's not bad, but it's on one of the trees that doesn't have a lot of formula. So like, if you, Insight Ring. This is the one they just buffed today, chat. This one. Critical hits increase non-crit damage by 2% for short duration, stacks 5 times. They buffed it to 3% per crit. So instead of 10% total, it's 15% total. So think of this ring as it always rolls ability damage, it gets 2 passives, but you also get a 15% all damage as basically the guaranteed third passive. And other rings can't get all damage. I'm buying this, that's good. Armor that sucks with exploit their weakness. Huh. But yeah, Storm Smite is, like, good, but the things you have to do to make it good are all just, like, not on Clawbringer. It's so weird. Intellectually, you'd think that Barrage Storm Smite is like, oh wow, you got ability damage, you got a really spammable action skill, you've got good supportive enchantments, but then you have no damage formula. So you end up, to boost your Storm Smite, it all goes back to, hey, just spell shot paradigm, and that's not interesting. It's also not the skill itself doing the work. I still think Clawbringer would benefit from, put some ability damage in the tree. Radiance or Dedication, currently doing nothing. Make one or both of them melee or ability damage. Melee wouldn't help Storm Smite, but ability would.
Go on, Fate Maker.
Only rolls ability. The quest reward rings have fixed, from what I've seen, they have a fixed primary passive. Elder Wyverns is always gun, Shark Lesson is always melee, Insight is always ability. Stop resisting shock. It's annoying. I to differ, my 35k shield says otherwise. What are you talking about, Tatsu? What does that have to do with what I was saying? Please speak sense. Pearl Sword build with Storm Smite? Yeah, that'd be fun. Oh, are you saying that your 35k shield build is made better by Clawbringer having a 6% per point skill? Yeah, no. Shut up. A niche thing that other class combinations can do better is not justification for a bad skill remaining a bad skill. And you know that. That's why I'm being toxic about it. Gun is that? This is the Antique Great Bow, the used Antique Great Bow. Class mod ward you're currently using? I'm using a triple amp ward with the Vibing enchantment, which is arguably the most damage increasing enchantment in the entire game. Like, this shit's good. This is half a Cursed Wit, if you want to know exactly how it works. If you get both bonuses here, it's half a Cursed Wit. With no range stipulation. You just gotta be at full health. And then I'm using a Cape of Tides. So I want to know why we have gun damage and an ability tree. For which? Clawbringer or Spore Warden? Because they both kind of, like, decide to do both. Now, I'm not opposed to having Firebolt be gun damage. Like, 10% gun damage for one skill point is honestly pretty good. It's just that, like, we don't have much formula for the things actually granted in the tree. Like, if you look at 10% gun damage, take Stabo Tree, for example. Arsenal is 3% per point. Now, sure, you get the other things, but if you're doing gun build, your only gun damage in this tree, you're looking to spend 5 points for 15%. Whereas in Clawbringer, you spend 1 point for 10%. It's a lot more efficient. But, in terms of boosting their own action skills and their own capstone, Clawbringer doesn't have a lot. Other than class power, but like, that can't carry the whole thing. They didn't touch Class Ring, at least. Which one is that? Is that action skill active? Is it that one? Cool with Radiance being a shield skill, it just needs to actually be good and not suck. If I was to take Radiance right now on this build, it'd be a nerf. I'd lower my amp accessibility. So, yeah, make it... If you're gonna make a skill that gives shield recharge, or it gives shield capacity, you need to give it shield recharge rate as well if you want it to be an upgrade and not a situational nerf. As we learned from Black Purple Capstone. If it doesn't also make your shit recharge faster, then, like, what's the point? Unless the intended solution to that is to play Spell Shot. Because Spell Shot allows you to get wards back. Because of course it does. Capacitance moment. This week's Hotfix seems genuinely unnecessary. Why bother nerfing rings when everything's still rampant? Mask. Mask. Buddy. Buddy. Alright. This is a reading comprehension PSA. We found that several ring bonuses didn't match up with how challenging the condition was to trigger. In addition, we'd like more rings found with great stat rolls to be more interesting to pick up, and not to have rings that are trivially easy to trigger like Mood Ring or Championship Ring be the singular outstanding choice. We are investigating a bug impacting shell casing and are looking to address this in a future update as it cannot be hotfixed. So let's break down everything that they said here. 1. They acknowledge the existence of a bug that they've not yet fixed. I can think of maybe 5 times that they've done this, in the last year. So that's uncommon. That's cool. Acknowledging known issues is a great step towards greater transparency, good faith with the community. That's a good thing. Other thing, they acknowledge that ring diversity wasn't where it should have been. Most people were just slapping on a mood ring and a championship ring or a shark's bane and just going to town. Pardon the passing plane. So they buffed rings to make other options more attractive. Now, if you look at this list and you see the 3 instances of reduced, rather than the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instances of increased, that is a you issue. There are more buffs than there are nerfs. If you complain about the nerfs, instead of looking at the fact that they buffed several things that needed it, you are being an asshole. I will say the thing that most creators will not say here. If you look at this and think, nerf's bad, when there are a bunch of important buffs, good transparency regarding an annoying bug, and a reference to diversity in terms of items, you are being an asshole. Okay? Okay. No points into Swift Death other than what your armor's giving? Correct. Swift Death is kind of a bad skill. Extremely low value. People mad they nerfed the one ring they used? Yeah, when they said in there, Mr. Misrespect, hey, we saw you guys were only using a couple rings, so we've buffed these other ones, and then we slightly toned down the ones that are not affecting the way you play the game at all. It's just like, exist to get damage. They toned those down, and buffed all the other ones. People ask for buffs, there you go. There's your buffs. Like, once again, I make no secret of the fact that sometimes they make some perplexing balance changes. This is not one of those times. These were good changes. This is healthy stuff. This is stuff that's good for the game. Also, by nerfing the Boomerang, they nerf Spell Shot and Pixies, which is a good thing. Yes. Hard to complain when they actually explain the changes? Yes. Communication, transparency, that's good shit. We want more of that. You know what happens if we just jump down their throat when they decide to explain the logic behind reworks of things? They stop giving us info. If you guys want the very insightful notes in these hotfixes, you gotta take the good changes for what they are when they happen. I'm not saying don't, you know, provide feedback on the bad ones, because those exist too. Torque buff, Omega Wall. But this was a good hotfix. Like, sorry. We always have issues with nerfs in PvE games. No shock there, multiple games still the same issue. Most might be overall unhappy with the game, that's where the frustrations may be at. Some people are going to just view everything as justification of their unhappiness with the game, Paul. You're absolutely right there. But, here's the thing. PvE games, balance is important in those as well. This idea that PvE games don't need to ever have nerfs is a logical fallacy. Because bored players don't play games. If you have a PvE game that is designed around the concept of longevity, whether it's live service or pseudo-live service, you're going to want people playing your game long-term, especially if your DLC season has not even gone through half of its content. So, balance keeps people interested in the game longer. Simple as that. You know what happens when you don't balance a game? Borderlands 2, where people do not play the endgame. People play the story, where balance is completely irrelevant. They do not play the endgame of that game. That's because nothing was nerfed in that game. Which spell insta-freezes enemies? Cryo-empowering sigils, yes. If we don't get patched next week, I can see them looking at SMGs and launchers. Patches are infrequent. We can, you know, vaguely assume maybe once a month for patches. Creative director of the new Doom game straight up said, if you're not thinking you're bored, and if you're bored, you stop playing. Do you have a, I believe that they said that, Fusion Bro. I absolutely believe that. Do you happen to have a link just so I can, like, shove that down people's throats? Because that'd just be a great resource for me to have. Balance is important. Buffs and nerfs. And quality of life improvements. And bug fixes. All of that is part of balance. We look for that, appreciate it. You know the shell casing bug they're referencing? Yeah, Tender Madness. The shell casing ring was a copy of the low health one. It didn't actually check your ammo at all. It was just the low health one. Again. I think the thing people miss with nerfs is that they're supposed to bring things in line with other options, not supposed to make something unplayable or bad. Nerfing, when done right, should make something a good option instead of the only option. Exactly that. Exactly that. Like, if you are using only one thing and it is trivializing the game, the solution is not to make everything else also trivialize the game, because then, one, people will not change options because their thing is still just as effective, and two, the entire challenge of the game goes to shit. If one thing is out of line, you tone down that one thing. Now, a fantastic second step that you don't always have to take, but is always appreciated, is taking the other things and bringing them closer to the level of where that thing was and or is. Which is what they did with rings. They took the 3 that were 2, I'd say, because Finger Ward, the one that's well full for wards, wasn't really used because hard to access. I think that one could have maybe gone untouched, but for uniformity's sake, they touched that one too, so it's fine. They took 3 that were just better, they toned them down, didn't make them useless, just toned them down. They're still very, very good because accessibility is still their strength, and they still give big numbers. Still, they took those, toned them down, and then took everything that was not on the level of those, both before and after, and got them closer to that point. That is balance. Didn't touch Sharksbane because even though it's a great ring, it wasn't taking over other rings niches. Right, Sharksbane is like great for gun builds. I wonder if they'll address that. But it's hard enough to get good rings that, like, it's not like you're getting handed a perfect Sharksbane and an identical stats mood ring on a platter. It's like, okay, choose which one. No, it's just like Sharksbane on average is better because getting a perfect ring in this game doesn't happen. Be sad if Sword Explosion gets a nerf, if it really needs a nerf. Then why are you gonna be sad? I don't understand. Spent 4K on Ring Bunny and got 0 legendaries yesterday. Ultimately, luck is still luck. Loot luck improves your chances, but it's still a chance. New bread slicer, thank you, Austin. Thank you. Want the Shadowfire to be good? Yeah. A commonly tossed around idea, Moveface, at least around here, is giving the Shadowfire lightning bolt delivery. I'd use it. Hell, give it chain lightning bolt. That'd be sick. That's a bread slicer. I'll pick this up to remind myself. Actually, you know, that's immediately a better one. Okay, give me that one. We'll do bread slicer next run. I don't really need that tiebreaker. It's a loot luck boost, bad luck too. Ring you changed to a while ago? What do you mean? Hit clip.
And thinking is really what we want you to do in Doom Eternal, more than anything else, because when you're thinking, you're engaged. And when you're not thinking, you're bored, and you'll go play something else.
Exactly that.
And think.
Good clip, thank you. Unique ring? I just put on a Wyvern's ring for the action skill duration, gun damage, and fire damage. Elder Wyvern's ring's thing is it gets fire damage. Hey Swag, how you doing? Dark Magic Lightning Bolt delivery for throwable hole and Shadowfire would be sick. Yeah, I really want that. Managed to order PS5, be here today. Let's go, shots. That's a big W. Sharksbane not nerfed, let's go. We were just talking about this. Ultimately, I think that Sharksbane can, like, wait. I don't even know if it needs to be nerfed, really. Because I'm still using different things. And getting a perfect ring, or even a good ring, is still difficult enough that if you get a good other ring, it's not like you're, like, losing sleep over, man, it's not a Sharksbane. And Sharksbane's only this impactful in the gun roll. You get an ability damage Sharksbane, you're like, meh. Insight ring buff has me excited, though. I like that item. I'm glad it's getting love. What do I want in this bread slicer? Doesn't reload often, so maybe not that enchant. I don't know what I'm rolling for here. Well, okay, we got that enchant. Fuck. I can't give that up. Like, I have to use that. Alright.
Choose, bait maker.
Twin Soul Farm is good? Yeah, Twin Soul in the featured will be great. Definitely looking forward to that. Does it make more sense to buff gun damage or elemental damage for elemental weapons? It depends entirely on how much of each you have. Which is better, though? Neither. It depends on how much of each you have. Okay, I already like this a lot. It's hard to hit the zombies running around, but clearly I'm damaging something because of how much echo I just constantly have. This gun is sick. It's also really hard to see, but it's cool. I don't care if this gun's sick. Can I play the angles? I don't know. I have no idea. I've not used this gun on this build before. Even if I can't, like, what do I change? I take 2 skill points out of this, and what? I take an extra contagion, and nothing. Doesn't affect my skill tree, so I don't really care. Contributing to global pollution with every shot. What's the dot stats on this gun? 393, not great. Low dot, low chance. Big mag size, though. I like big mag size. Maybe we go after Bark with this gun. It's a fire gun. See what happens. Glad the savings event is ongoing. Yeah, that was thoughtful, them 2 weeks of that. I wonder what will happen at the end of that 2 weeks. Because every time they gave an event like that in Borderlands 3, something happened at the end. You know, whether it was new content or level cap increase, you know, something happened every time. So I wonder what'll happen next week. There's also a bug in here, and now I want to die. How'd you even get in? Does this thing do self damage? I can't tell. I think that was the spider crab. Okay, S50? I don't know, I certainly hope it's not soon. Doesn't appear I can hurt myself with this. That's good. Fucking Bird and West just immune to play the angles. No idea, but it's easy enough to deal with, so non-impactful. Literally throw any Furior at it. As long as you directly hit it with the gun, it dies. Or apply automatic tracker darts. Need like 2,000 more bank slots. Yo, same. Think they might just make it permanent? I kind of hope they don't. A big issue with Borderlands 3 is money had no purpose. In this game, the impact of vendor prices and a larger amount of SDUs for us to purchase means money is, you know, a resource people care about. But they leave this event on too long, that ends, and it's like, oh, hey, what do I need money for anyway? It's nothing. No, fire friend. I'm bad friend. Pat, I need you. My aim's terrible.
Thought you had me, didn't you? Appreciate the assist, little one.
Yeah, Bread Slicer's sick. So, like, I see a lot of, hey, buff Stoker ARs, but, like, Bread Slicer and Donkey are both good. Manual transmission, I need to use post-buff. I haven't yet. But now that it's in the bunny pool, as of when the hotfix goes through today, I'll be able to get more to test. Just give us quest items on the bunnies. I don't know if I want that either, Pericles. Because if quest items come from the bunnies, then you have to start checking blues from the bunnies. And it's hard enough to see loot. And do you even get a large quantity of blues when you're putting max crystals into the bunnies? So that would lead to you putting smaller quantities in, which would mean you get less legendaries and purples you're after, and you'd also have more loot cluttering the floor. So, no, I don't want quest rewards from bunnies. I want quest rewards from their own, like, dedicated place. Whether you make the rewards drop from the enemies associated with the quests, whether you, make a vendor that just has the quest rewards, whether you add them to the wheel, I want something like that. We do not need more cluttered bunny pools. The Bread Slicer's sick. Very generous on the ammo as well. Argue the money doesn't really need a purpose in these games beyond initial campaign. Farming money for SUs is exactly fun grind, so there's no thought going into it. But the thing with getting money pragmatic is the most efficient money farm in this game is doing Chaos Chamber and then selling the loot you don't want. Which means it's high on gameplay. High on gameplay. High in gameplay? You get what I'm saying. It's high in the amount of gameplay you're actually doing. So you're playing the game to make progression in the game, you know? Like, it's a longevity mechanic. And would you prefer that the entire currency just has no purpose? Like, I don't personally consider that better. Because we've seen that before. Once again, Borderlands 3, where regularly people hit the literal overflow point where you would roll from the max to 0. You had so much money in that game, because there was nothing to do with it, that you would overflow to 0. I don't see 0 reasons we should ever do that again. Don't consider currency good enough to add longevity significantly, especially with just rest use. So you would rather the concept of currency is completely removed from the game? Do you want SDUs to just be, like, free? And vendors are just free? They're just chests instead of you paying? Be interesting. I personally don't think that that would at all be in line with the spirit of these games. It's a design choice. It's not one I would agree with. Morning try time. How you doing? Braid your hair for more shotgun SDUs. Prey 2017 is free on Epic. I gotta grab that. I gotta grab that.
This world's no place for the weak.
For example, you could tie SDs to castles or raid quest rewards. I'm not saying there shouldn't be something to replace it. So as soon as you do that, Pragmatic, as soon as you do that, the instances of people complaining that, oh, Chaos 35 too hard, that skyrockets, because then people feel even more pressured to go up to Chaos 35. Because there's nothing forcing you to go there in the game right now. If you want Primordial gear, yes, that's there, but guess what? The Primordial gear is designed to help you combat higher and higher Chaos levels. It is not there for you to just use. So, like, your proposed solution would cause more people to complain about difficulty. See, that sounds like a good thing to me? It's not. We saw exactly what happened here with Borderlands 3. Again, where people would complete the story, then jump immediately to the maximum available mayhem level, complain it was too hard because they weren't prepared and didn't know what they were doing, but because they felt so pressured to go there, and then it caused widespread and far-reaching consequences for the game, such as all challenge being eliminated, such as ratcheting up power creep to a point of utter lunacy, and just a lot of toxicity in the community. You know why True Takedown mode didn't get any pushback in the community, beyond people who just wouldn't accept that they were bad at Guardian Takedown? Because it didn't reward anything. That's why it worked. It was purely your own satisfaction. You go in, and this is a higher difficulty option available to you. That is why it was good design. It was there for people who wanted it, and it didn't force people who didn't. It didn't give people who felt obligated to do the hardest thing that gave a reward. It didn't give them a reason to complain. So what you're suggesting is the opposite of that and causes more discord. It's not healthy. Both Preys were good games. The sound design of Prey 2017 is just anxiety incarnate, and I think that's a compliment. It means good sound design. Very suspenseful game. Back? Welcome back. Finally done with 6 days straight in the ER, back to Tiny Tina. Oh, I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry to hear you had to spend such a long time there. with this gun, what the hell? Is there an update? Nothing out yet, but this is the bread slicer. This gun's been in game since launch. It's gotten one balance change where they lowered the fire rate but increased the damage because it was causing performance issues because of the number of saw blades, apparently. But gun's just good. I hadn't used it much before, but the gun's just good. So, nothing new here. Just experimentation with different items. Hadn't tried it yet on this build, and I wanted to. Hotfix is out. I highly doubt that, Grasshopper. They don't tend to push these things before noon. The notes are out, but feel free to correct. People aren't doing KS35, they're not going to max out SCUs anyway. You see, that's where you're incorrect, because people are still going to want to. They're still going to want to. The amount of uproar in the community, if they decided to gate SDUs behind Chaos tiers, it would be nuclear. It would not be good. Like, removing the elective part from elective difficulty would not do anything except cause problems. Because we've seen that in the past. We've seen it. When you lock items behind a difficulty level or game mechanics behind a difficulty level, people don't like it. At least not this fan base. This game stepping away from that is a good thing. Anyway, agree to disagree, it's all good? Yeah, I'm just explaining my feelings on the matter based on, history. I don't feel like this will do great on LeChance, because elements, but, we'll see. I also can't see him very well. Not bad. Fire on bone. My rings aren't invested towards ARs at all. I got some shotgun and pistol stuff. That's not bad. I was expecting worse. Kinda hard getting power and cryo sigil during playthrough though. I got one at level 5. Mentalist. Level 6, sorry. Do you have any skeleton keys? That can be very helpful there. Also, just checking vendors. Chaotic Twin Soul with Amp and Echo? Nice. Just as I say it, find the Knuckled Empowering Sigil. Let's go. Which raid boss did I pick? This Bunny? Oh, it was Bark. I forgot already. This thing has a grenade launcher too. I haven't used that. Cute. It's not doing bad, honestly. I'd rather use other guns. But calling it bad would be disingenuous. Let's use this instead though. See how this does. Huh. Did I hit that with a rack? Oh. Awkward. Pet. I need health now. I need better aim as well.
Falconer's Fury!
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's really just embarrassing. Die when you
Such a fun fight. Sigil with Dread when exploit their weakness Icebreaker. That's strong. That is a strong combo.
That's the good stuff!
I thought I outranged. Overconfident. Last time I was watching you doing a status effect build, the same one. No, this is a gun build. It's capable of doing some status effect stuff on the side, but this is a gun build. Mostly just experimenting with different guns on a whim right now. I can do a proper run with my intended gear after this.
Wings of death!
Come on, Bark. Come on. One of them's kind of saddening to pay attention to the story near the end. Yeah, the writers did an interesting job. Did an interesting take, I should say. They did a good job. An interesting take on, you know, the nature of a player's relationship with their characters. Like, if the character could think, how would it feel about being reworked, abandoned, etc. It's a cool concept. I'm glad they ran with it. Bread Slicer carried me in endgame week 1. Nice. Not bad for like no investment in AR. Yeah, like I slapped Bread Slicer on, worked pretty okay. Keep in mind this used great bow is not even chaotic. The primordial one was scary. But let's get in proper spec here. Frost over here, soaked. Last rites. What mechanical changes would you make to Blizzard to help it feel better to use? Lots of damage. I'd also add area damage to its formula. Maybe make it so you could use attack command to, like, direct it. I don't know if that's something they could feasibly do, but... like, it's so uncontrolled for minimal damage. If you get all the tornadoes to stack up on one target, the damage is almost acceptable. But then you compare it to anything else, and it's like, oh, actually, this isn't good still. I don't know how I feel about the ring changes. They buffed more than they nerfed. That's a great place to start. They buffed underwhelming options, and then they nerfed the ones that are just kind of exist to get damage. Not to a point where they're unusable. And the overwhelming majority of the impact of that will be felt by Spell Shot, because Spell Shot was the one that had the easiest time keeping wards broken. So, nerf Spell Shot, buff most rings. I'd say that's a good change to me. Increase the speed of the tornadoes. That could help too, yeah. Happy they changed the rings, but I'm upset that's all they did. Think about it this way, Mr. Adblock. The more stuff they fuck with, the more chance of something being broken or something like the Torg buff happening. Light touch is good. Remember, we get weekly hotfixes. Weekly. So, I don't mind having to wait a week for another wave of changes. Compared to gaming, say, 5 years ago, where you maybe get a change every few months. It's a problem with shell casing. It's a copy of the HP ring, the low HP ring. So it's not doing at all what it says. It's just like doing another rings thing instead. Only volatile. I already have Primordial of that element. I don't know why I even bothered. How's the new Chaos Chamber? It hasn't dropped yet, Urban Mech. Blizzard also needs to cover a slightly wider area to could solve for the aiming thing. Yeah, that could help. Better hitboxes? Yeah. Some thick twisters. I forgot to change that ring. What am I supposed to have here? Ah, this one. No, wait, no, it's not that one. This one. Okay. And this is the weapon of choice here. Wow, I missed and still froze that guy. Because of the splash. Change my armor. I did. Some Nightmare's loot pool. Frenzied Wrath amulets, time skip spell, twin soul melee weapon.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Want to answer stop bullying your employees? That would work too, Sora. That would work too. Hotfix notes? Yes. Exclamation point hotfix, then Nexus. Want to see you do Nightmare? Got stuck on that guy at cast 27 or so. Nightmare is, the big thing about Nightmare is just you need to move. It doesn't have complex attack patterns or a lot of HP. In fact, it's kind of flimsy HP-wise. It's just, you gotta move. Sigils help against the attack that's hard to dodge, and everything else is extremely telegraphed. Gonna go nuts farming Twin Souls, love that weapon. Me too, Flint. Twin Soul is probably my favorite melee weapon. It's just so flexible. You can just target a thing you want to do, and then go get a Twin Soul for that thing. It's great. I think it's a well-designed fight, but I wish he had shield regen as well, so I could get some wine with my cheese. Nice. I didn't mean to pick up that Ragnarok, but okay.
Fought like rubbish. Died.
If you want to Cryo, I want a Caustic and Echo, preferably volatile. Yeah, some of my favorite combos are Amp Echo, Ancient Warrior is cool. Ancient Vampire, I use that one a lot as well. Pool Blue is bad for me. I would duck in the lower area, the pool would still hit me and I'd die. I couldn't figure out how to survive that one even lower area. Question, is your character tall? Inspired by green. Can Twin drop in Dark Magic? I don't know. I don't ever remember seeing one. It can? Cool. Since seeing you use the last rights, I picked one up, absolutely love it. Need to get lucky and find a Primordial version like you do though. Yeah, I wish it'd be a bit easier to get quest rewards again. It's tough. Pool Blue equals the horses? Yeah, I assume so anyway. If your character is tall, guys in Massive Hunk, yeah, so your character height does affect your hitbox. Always has in these Lands games. This is why, for example, in Borderlands 3, there's some platforming things that Flak and Zane could do that Moze and Amara couldn't do because they were too short. And there's some kill boxes, like out-of-bounds areas that kill you if you go there, that clipped into the map just enough that Flak could die some places in maps that other characters couldn't. Now, Flak had the tallest hitbox. So, make your character shorter. Any advice for my Spore build? Spore Burr build? There's a lot of things you could do with that multi-class combo. What are you doing with it? What's your chosen method of dealing damage? Which action skill are you trying to build around? Etc. Gonna need some specifics. Give thoughts. Frost damage and barrage. It'll work. Soaked will help you a lot. It'll help your enrage have more value. Guns like Last Rites be probably pretty good for you, but you might want Spore Fuse, in which case, you know, not Last Rites, because it can't be enchanted. This gun with Spore Fuse would be crazy. Sub seems the way to go, still feel weak against Drill though. Drill is a tanky boss, so you just need bossing guns. Whether that's Torg Stickies, whether you are using Fear Knots, any kind of Fear Knot even. Dagger Storm, Lightning Bolt, Pixie. I personally prefer the Lightning Bolt ones, they're the most interactive. Those go well. On my Frost Wilder, I do run, it is a lightning bolt chucking build that runs Barrage. So I tend to use a mix of that and stickies on bosses. Stone Swan, how you doing? It's just rings? I mean, it's not just rings. If you're referring to the hotfix, there are other things there.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
Gyre can work on drill. Sword Explosion works well. Yeah. Sword Explosion, Ludite, Body Rocker, of course, Encapsulator. A tip I've yet to try, but I've heard it's good. Use Fragment Rain on the swords that he plants, the tridents rather. Excuse me. White Rider is always good. As long as you got a good one. Red Hellion with investment, of course. Sawmill, as always. Took a look at r/Wonderlands. Let me guess, Pico. People crying about nerfs? Alright, what about a Dreadwind build with Blood of the Fallen? Corrupt the plate mill, the Livewire would be good for that. I want to use Spell Shot Paradigm for it. Well, Livewire itself does nothing for Dreadwind. So, basically for Dreadwind, you want to hold a weapon with the highest melee damage you can get, which would be a purple Skulldugger pistol with 40% melee. That'd be optimal for Dreadwinding. Blood of the Fallen's just good for any action skill that isn't Reaper of Bones, really. So yeah, that would work well. Plate Mail would give you larger consistency in Blast Chill triggers. I've not tried Plate Mail Dreadwind. That could be nice, if it's consistent enough. Because you basically take a hit to the size of your Blast Chill in exchange for getting double the chances for it to happen. So that could be nice. Patch notes, did you spend several weeks farming Mood Rings? Well, fuck you. But Mood Ring is still good post-change. I don't understand. Hey, Wager of Wars, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I hope you enjoy all the perks. Emotes, ad-free viewing, all the good shit. Thank you. It's my favorite new Gearbox motto, nerf everything, fix nothing. It's like it's time to start looking for a new game. But can they not read? I'll answer that. No, they can't fucking read. Let's pull up the notes again, just so this is not in question. We'll use simple reading and math. Okay, ready? Talked about bug that they're looking to address, aka fix. Yo, more nerfs on a dead game, let's go. Alright, eat my squeak, you're a useless piece of shit and I'm tired of seeing you in my chat. Goodbye. You win the war, you're banned. Goodbye. For anyone who's not familiar with that particular bridge troll, they just come in and say garbage. And I'm pretty sure they were trying to get me to ban them forever. They finally won. I'm just sick of it. So, in terms of bugs, they reference the shell casing bug, which they're looking to fix. Cool. They nerfed Championship Ring, Finger Ward, and Mood Ring. And then they buffed Thumb Cuffs, Silicone Ring, Promise Ring, Insight Ring, and Lethal Catch. Now, by my count, that is more buffs than nerfs, and that is one incoming bug fix they keyed us in on, so that they know so that we know they're working on it. So like, yeah. Hey Vocal, how you doing? What's the bug impacting shell casing? Basically, it's currently a copy of the, what's the name of the low HP ring? The oximeter? Is that what it is? It's a copy of the low HP ring. Instead of checking ammo, it checks your HP, which it's not supposed to do. So it's pretending to be an item when it's a different item. Pulse oximeter. Thank you, Jeff. Oh, that's one of the Reddit people, Sinju? Ha. People straight up saying they're putting down the game. Good. Get them going. Those people are gonna quit anyway. Fuck them. Just, I hope those people understand that Borderlands 2 is not gonna text them back. It's just not that into them. Was in a meeting last hour or so. Are we happy, sad, or both? Happy. It's a good hotfix, Hooventude. Unironically, it's a good hotfix with good changes. But, of course, you know, Reddit. Toxic community, absolutely mentalist. They're completely unpleasable, and even when good changes happen, there's always a bone to pick. You don't like the Sharksbane thing, but hotfix is good. You don't like the thing that wasn't in the update? Okay. I'm sorry.
Man, I hate Rocker. Tastes like green butt wipes, you know what I mean?
Appreciate you finding the upside and changes. Much less complaint happened in the stream. Really enjoying it. Hey, thanks, Wager Wars. I try to, you know, be realistic about things. Find positivity where it exists and not focus on the negativity, you know, too much. There's absolutely stuff to, you know, be concerned about in terms of some things, in terms of philosophy for the direction of the game. But I don't think today's hotfix is indicative of that at all. So I like to make my feelings on that known. Is the 40% melee damage level restricted, like only possible in level 40 guns? No, it's just a part combo, Mentalist. Skulldugger pistols can have 2 blade attachments. One blade is 25, the other one is 15. So it's just parts. Broccoli is great. Depends on how you prepare it. I like that Sharksbane wasn't in the update. Yeah, because, like, I don't necessarily feel Sharksbane is too much of a problem, especially with their update being specifically targeted at increasing ring diversity. So, like, maybe other options will be preferable over the Sharksbane now. I flubbed that bad. I shouldn't talk. So, not doing too much at once is a good thing, because we had an example of them doing too much at once. The Sword Explosion, they changed 4 different ways at the same time. Too much at once, and now it's busted tier, like every other gun is a joke next to the Sword Explosion. But then contrast something like this, where light touch changes. You know, that's good. Nightmare? Nightmare is one of those bosses that I'm actually glad it's in the feature, because 1, it's an easy boss. 2, it is not a boss that turns off certain kinds of builds unless you get really bad RNG in Phase 2. And 3, it's one that the community should practice. Because Nightmare's biggest thing that shuts people down is the fact that it moves. Think about traditional Borderlands bosses. None of them really move around too much. Even the more mobile ones by previous standards, such as, say, Anathema in the Guardian Takedown. Anathema only moves a large amount if you do. So, the fact that Nightmare will run across the arena, that alone throws people off. Like, it has 2 different attacks that make it close large gaps at once. So getting used to that. Katagawa moves a lot, but the thing about Human Hybrid, Human Hybrid, is he's got negative HP. Katagawa gets 1 shot on every difficulty as long as you take advantage of the fact that his clones do a weird damage feedback thing to him. Like, you can 1-shot him in your playthrough, you can 1-shot him on Mayhem 10, it's like, is he really a boss? Hey, until I found out you can duck under the AoE blast. Right, you can duck under that one. You can strafe the vertical swipe. You can sigil the homing blasts. And you can spawn ads if you're concerned about your ability to second wind. Or, you know, death safe, whatever. Use it as a chance to learn the tactics to make it less off. Exactly. What changes you'd like to see to Clawbringer? Not saying Clawbringer is bad or not viable, it just takes more effort to build around other classes. I'd like to see Radiance and Dedication, that's the tier 1 and 2 ward-associated skills. I'd like to see those reworked in some capacity. Because currently they're just, you skip them in almost every build. I'd also like to see the cooldowns on Wyvern's special attacks lowered. Because Wyvern, while it's firing on all cylinders, is good, but you don't have much control over it, and it's got rather long cooldowns. It's a Primordial Extinction Calamity. 3k damage without any spell damage parts, that's kind of promising. I like it. Cat. Sir? What are you doing?
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
This is what the marshmallow is for. In case people were curious. I've talked about it a couple times, but here you go. You can visually see it. Marshmallow is one of very few spells in the game that can heal you in any way. It can also do decent damage. Yes, it can. Gotta head out later, Father. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. And congrats again, by the way. Hey Zippers. Wicked busy today, so just tuning in. Reddit seems like it's freaking about the hotfix. Clearly the hotfix is absolutely okay in balance. You got it exactly. The hotfix was good. They buffed 5 rings, nerfed 3, added the manual transmission and the donkey to the assault rifle bunny, added a good featured run with Nightmare as the boss, and referenced the shell casing rings bug being fixed in an incoming update. Good changes. I think they should add a kill skill that gives back ward, like how Burr has Blood Frenzy but on a claw and as part of the shield perks, to like 1-2% per point. 1-2% ward per kill? That's kind of low. But then you could combine that with like a Greatborn Capstone and get it on every spell cast. Maybe a bigger value on that Sinju, but I like the concept. Like 10% ward back on kill. Yeah, hell, if Spell Shot can have 10% back on reloading or casting a spell, Clawbringer can have 10% back on a kill. I like it. Give it blood-soaked shields or fuzzy math? Yeah, honestly. Can we Photoshop fake patch notes with a Buffmeister nerf and post them to Reddit? Dude, it'd be so funny. I was disappointed by the 8-piece. Sad. Shark's main gun damage immediately screams quirky DLC item rather than any real precedent for it being how it is. I don't think it's a problem or necessarily needs to be changed. It doesn't make sense to me. It's all I'm really saying. Yeah, it's weird. But there's other things that are like, huh, that's odd. Maybe that could be better. That I still don't necessarily think need to be changed or looked at over other things. Like Stabbo Tree, you know. Swift Death and Thousand Cuts being in the same category makes them both kind of shit. The low values also make them both kind of shit. But do I think that they're a pressing thing? Not really. Like, if I wanted class adjustments, there's a lot of things I'd rank above that in terms of priority. AP's bad, good, or just normal? It's just, like, okay. Mr. Black Eye, it's just, like, okay. You can get in from the shadows with it, get a bunch of fire rate, and you'll kill stuff. Not really faster than other things, but it's just, like, okay. It's definitely not in the category of actually really good with investment, like the Pookies, the Last Rites, and the Heckwaiter. It's just, like, okay. Good playthrough, gun.
Come on, have some fun.
Oh yeah, let me know when the hotfix is out, by the way, chat. Because I want to do the new feature. Wait, what is this? Is this the new feature?
Well, that's settled, isn't it?
That's different. It is? Cool. Headcanon's still best unique? Headcanon's sick. For him, Hotfix being out? Yeah, thanks, Easy. I don't know what kind of run I'm doing. What did I just click on? Because this is not the same run. I don't know if this is a new feature. Okay, well, we'll find out. If this is, that coil that does the sandstorms and nightmare, then I guess this is featured. Anarchy, you shouldn't have. Kinda wish Deathless gave sort of shield gate, like with health. I understand why it doesn't, Tyrex. But I also don't think it'd be a problem if it did. Yeah. I don't have a strong opinion on that. Deathless needs to prevent you from insta-dying to dark magic. It's just the, yeah, the Maker Void, the purple gloop stuff. Yeah, that insta kills you. It's a bit annoying. Check your curses. Good shout. No, I just have Eder. Or am I supposed to... Oh, yeah, featured run. No, that's what you meant. That's what you meant. Yeah, this is featured. It says featured at the top. This gun's nutty? Yeah.
you a short work.
I should unironically be using a marshmallow on this build, the more I think about it. Because that healing would help me get this full health enchantment back. And I don't really want to use it when I'm low on health or to trigger the urge, so the cooldown is not hugely relevant. With the Dreadwind setup, is Stabo the best second class, and if so, does Contagion Alchemical Agent make sense for that? Contagion Alchemical Agent do make a lot of sense for that. Alchemical Agent Dreadwind is quite powerful. I don't know if I'd call it best, because you have several options to make Dreadwind do more damage. Of course, you have the boring, easy way out of, Spell Shot, Paradigm, Spellblade. But you also have, as you mentioned, the Stabo approach. You have Spore Warden for Wrath of Nature, although that is going to be additive with Exploit Their Weakness, so you can just do fine without that. Clawbringer provides some okay stuff for it. Oath of Thunder and Dragon Aura. But I'd say the most efficient would probably be Stabo for Dreadwind, because you also get movement speed from Stabo, on top of all the melee associated stuff. And movement speed for Dreadwind is quite helpful. Yeah, this is the feature. Cool. Hotfix has to be a joke. Well, what do you think it's... Alright, Yulso. What's bad about the hotfix? Hit me with it. Hit me with that Reddit tier reading comprehension. I'm waiting for it. What's bad about it? This community's fucking exhausting. Joke is that people are upset about it. It's a good hotfix, like, I don't understand. Would you rather they try to do some massive shit that leaves the game in a state where it's broken for a week? Like, I don't understand. They buffed 5 items, nerfed 3, told us about the bug they're working on fixing, and added items that were hard to obtain to the bunnies in the Chaos Chamber. With a good featured run. Like, what's bad about that? What is bad about any of that? Sharkbane wasn't mentioned, but I believe it also be buffed as hotfix from 25 to 33% effectiveness on kill. You mean lethal catch? Or do you mean... Because Sharkbane doesn't have an on kill. You mean on crit? Did they buff Sharkbane? Because that's wild. I think they mentioned lethal catch. That's the on kill one. On crit hit, Sharkbane buff. So see, that's weird. Is it tied to lethal catch somehow, CZ? I'm still waiting for the actual feedback, Yulso, other than hotfix bad with no explanation. That wasn't a rhetorical question. I'm waiting for your actual take. If you're gonna come in here and say some dumb shit in my chat, I want you to, provide exposition. I've just stopped pulling punches with these Reddit brains. Like, if you're gonna be an idiot in my chat, I'm gonna call you out on it. So, like, sorry. That's a lie, I'm not sorry. There's things to be frustrated about and have discussions over as a community, and, like, this hotfix ain't one of them. degrade the dumb degens harder. It's not degrading. I mean, you literally walk into my place of work and say some stupidity, so I'm gonna make content out of it. Hotfix is bad because being mad is easy. That's a great way of putting it, Vocal. Imagine being happy about 5 items, 6 apparently, being buffed. And 2 items being made easier to obtain. When you could just complain that your spell shot lost 2% of its damage. Alright. So much checking in game though. Well, I'm in game. I got the new featured. I suppose I should reload for actual hotfixes though after this run. When you play Berserker, you mainly melee or you just still use guns more? I tend to still use guns more, although I do have a melee Hammer Berserker setup. Hotfix is bad because I have no fingers, so rings are offensive. Well played, Jeff. Well played. No chums for this week. Each previous week, Al, it's taken them about half an hour extra to do the chums rollover. So I'd say give it a little more time. I think the way they push updates for the future runs are specials, not their hotfixes. Yeah. I haven't nerfed spell shot yet. Hotfix bad. Well, all the spell shots are mad that that mood ring got touched. So haven't they, Aaron? Haven't they? Like I use mood ring and I'm not even mad. Definitely describe the hotfix as bad. Balance and discretion. So this is something that I'm gonna be annoyed with for a week. Nightmare dropping its loot like this. This is gonna suck. Sorting through these piles. This is gonna suck. But other than that, you know, it's fine. Borderlands community is exhausting. Been a lot of game communities. This one's definitely one of the worst. And it didn't feel that way for a long time, Flint. But at some point throughout Borderlands 3's lifetime, the more toxic elements of the community got louder. They got more reach. They got more influence. And the more rational people didn't change. But, you know, when one element gets more extreme and the other one doesn't get more extreme to match, like, now the Borderlands community is known for being as toxic as the fucking Call of Duty community, and that's just a tragedy to me. Twin Soul or Banshee for a melee bear? I prefer Twin Soul personally, Sinju. Random question, does anyone know if the Tides buff, debuff also applies to people playing the game with you? It should apply to any damage dealt to that target. Time got back. How about the Halo community, though? I'm not up to date on them, wager. Well, what's the current state of the Halo community? I've been a hardcore Halo person since, like, Halo Reach, so I don't really know. Everyone's mad about mood range change hurting their spell shot builds. I'm not here as a day one spell shot player sitting my team waiting for more spell shot nerfs. Like, it's... You can immediately identify people who don't have the slightest clue what they're fucking talking about by what they get mad over. Like, your spell shot without rings equipped is still stronger than the other 5 classes. Why are you mad? It's not like they deleted the item. They made it slightly weaker and made alternatives slightly stronger. Like... I don't understand. Like, fuck it. At this point, I'm just gonna stop pulling punches. If you're mad about the hotfix, read more. Or ask me to read for you and I'll explain it to you. Sorry if that's elitist. I just don't care anymore. Borderlands community's fucked. Bunch of toxic man children. Read it for me, please. How you doing, High Solid Cemetery? Time for lazy dude, gunless, and ringless spell shot. Yeah, apparently. What are people salty about? People are salty about mood ring nerf silent, as if it affects anything meaningful. People are really salty about mood ring nerf instead of the other 6 ring buffs, because apparently Sharksbane was also buffed. I'm fetching hotfixes to verify. When Sharksbane activates from crits, does it buff the gun damage as well? Yeah, everything on the ring, Mr. Black Eye. Except for the other unique effect. Yeah, Sharksbane did get buffed. Confirmed. So, they buffed 6 rings, nerfed 3. Addressed a bug that they're working on fixing. In reference to the shell casing. Added 2 items that were hard to get to the assault rifle bunny. And gave us a good featured run. Yet the sky is falling, apparently. Just don't understand. Hey, Frostbite. I want to try this out on a Contagion build. Does anyone know, does this apply the fire status effect next to the potential for a frost one? I don't know if this is known or not, just because Sharksbane doesn't roll gun damage on top doesn't mean it doesn't grant gun damage. It's a fixed part, only shows when you have gun damage already, if my understanding is correct. Once again, though, thank you for testing. That's going to be annoying to test, but I think that's important to test. Alright. I'm not going to test that right now, but can you put that in curse testing?
The best armor in all the realm.
That's cursed.
The wings of savings carry you to victory.
Sure, thank you. So much better than last week's where they were like, Sword Explosion bad, got a nerf. Yeah, Mizu, son. How are you today? If the Lands community hates these games so much, why don't they stop playing? They do, Fusion. But they don't have personalities, so they replace it with shitting on the newest thing. So they do stop playing, they just also stick around so that there are people to hear them complain. That's why you'll see so many posts on Reddit of, I'm quitting now! Like, alright, fuck off. Bye. Don't care. Doesn't affect me. Have a good one. Some part Moto Fragment Rain? It is. Only complain about the content to price ratio of Coil DLC, that would be fair. I don't even think that that's a huge thing. Now, that's not me saying that the Coil DLC is good, because I think Coil Capture is one of the weakest DLCs they've done. But, if you're going content to price, it still is good. That's not one of the issues. Because content to price, it's $10. What was the price point of Headhunters, chat, in BL2? Like, the exact price point? If anyone knows? I think they were 5 each? Okay. So, Headhunters were $5, added no gear, offered about 10 minutes of gameplay. Some of them gave 1 boss worth of longevity, namely just the Wham Bam Island one. And one of them was a gear farm. Coiled Captors DLC adds itself to the Chaos Chamber, adds gear to the game, with a unique mechanic behind about half of that gear, that being soaked. So, in terms of $10, we've gotten less for that amount of money before. So, like, now whether or not the content here is enjoyable, that's different. I don't find the Captors DLC enjoyable to play through, but in terms of how much is there for the money, it's there. Saying it's not is inaccurate. Like new hotfix? Yes, Soccer Chick. It's a good hotfix. This is the 3rd or 4th week of Chums. This is the 4th. or sold for a price of $2.99, so $3. So you put 3 headhunters for the price of coiled captors. Coiled captors still has more content. Unless the specific headhunter you're putting in that collection of 3 were, you know, the Snowman one and the Wham Bam Island one, which were more content heavy than the other headhunters. So pick any of the others. And once again, I don't think Coiled Captor's DLC was very enjoyable, but in terms of the content it adds to the game, it adds more than that. So for $10, I don't think you're getting ripped off. I don't think that at all. I just would rather them change up the content design for future mirrors. Like, for example, I don't want 1/3 the runtime of the DLC to be an enforced 3-minute wait. I want the boss to have a relevant amount of HP that makes me care about killing it. I want to get enough currency for the wheel that when I'm sitting there hating my life rolling the wheel, I at least know I'm going to get something decent. So this is the difference between mature, thought-provoking conversation on the nature of the DLC versus Reddit circle jerking, the sky is falling, oh no, my mood ring, oh no, it did a fucky wucky, I remember when the mood ring was good in Borderlands 2, like, you know, like, there's a difference. You can have these conversations, you can accurately point out flaws, just don't be a fucking child. Wife and I are loving this game with split-screen co-op. Thinking of getting BL2 or BL3. Any suggestions which is better to play co-op? Depends on what kind of stuff. You mean just playthroughs? Then probably BL3. Or, honestly, you didn't ask, but I'm going to throw it in the ring there. TPS. TPS co-op is fun. If you're just a playthrough person, then TPS's lack of content doesn't really affect you. Moodring used to pay my taxes and give me head in the Borderlands mobile game. True. True and real. Moodring walked me down the aisle and also signed my divorce papers. What is TPS? The pre-sequel. Borderlands the pre-sequel. It's the 2013 release? 2013 or 14. It's placed in the story between Borderlands 1 and 2. And you kind of play as a collection of villains working for the man who would become Handsome Jack. And TPS is praised more than all the other games for the character design. The skill trees in TPS were incredible. And the gameplay basically is Borderlands 2+. It's the Borderlands 2 engine improved. Frytrap is a villain. Don't you start, Mizu-san. Don't you start. Hey, Mr. J. How's the patch? Some of those nerfs definitely hurt to read. If they hurt to read, they were well targeted. This is a good hotfix, and the impact on things that were reduced will be extremely minor, whereas they buffed 6 items. Buffed 6, nerfed 3. That's a win in my regard. Morally speaking, who isn't a villain in the Borderlands universe? Ava. Also Zarpedon. Mad they didn't nerf Claw and buff Spell Shot. Honestly, it's criminal. Ava, yet. Yeah, maybe add the yet. Maybe. We'll see what they do. Earl isn't a villain either. I mean, Earl was willing to let Sanctuary kind of just like... Well played. Well placed, New Mexico. That got me. Earl was willing to let Sanctuary 3 just kind of hang there in space. If you didn't give him Meridium, then he'd kind of change his mind in the last second because Ellie intimidated the shit out of him. So like, There's a maker this week. You want the room numbers? Yeah, please, Al, if you don't mind. Every villain's a hero of their own story. Every hero is a villain of someone else's. Generally speaking, that's true, Jedi Monkey. Now, there are some that are more objectively a villain than others, but yeah. He's your average money-hungry idiot. Yeah, you're not wrong. Don't spin. Fuck. Didn't pass the DPS check, so he's spinning. Let's try spinning, that's a good trick. Earl's just a curmudgeon. 1, 3, and 7. Thank you. 0 isn't evil, he's just cool. He's literally an assassin fusion. He literally kills people for money. I wouldn't say evil, but like, that's not good guy shit. Psycho is just misunderstood. We'll call that a moral gray area. TK Baja did nothing wrong. You know, actually, TK Baja did nothing wrong. I'll subscribe to that. Twin Soul. What do we got? Vampire Caustic. Dark Magic Twin Soul. Someone wanted to know. I think Mr. Adblock. You want to know if Dark Magic Twin Soul is a thing? Here you go. Dark Magic Twin Soul. Scooter? I'm sure you could tie Scooter to something. Hang on, Scooter tried to get you to murder a lot of the Hodunks, right? Who were bad people, but he's still trying to get you to murder. Scooter threatens to kill you if you hit on his mom and or sister. Killed Lucky. Yeah, Scooter's not clean. Scooter's poem made the recipient kill herself. Evil poetry. Yeah, let's hit the AR bunny, get some manual transmissions. Him threatening you over that is just normal. Yeah. I don't know if there are any good characters in Borderlands, and that's exactly the appeal, Aaron Balfour. That's the appeal to me anyway. Like, very few people are what you would be able to fit into a normal, you know, society. We live in a society. But, like, seriously, real world shit, people in Borderlands don't conform to that. Your heroes are also murderous bandits in it for the money. They just happen to be fighting worse people. So, that's part of the appeal. Like Tina is a teenage psychopath who just loves murdering people with bombs in particular. Who, understandably, you know, she didn't come out well-adjusted after some very traumatic life events, but she's definitely not what you'd consider a traditional hero. Yet she's one of the most beloved characters. Samara Evil? She's a superhero celebrity who's kind of just an insufferable asshole. I wouldn't say evil. Like, she's just kind of an asshole. Typhus Bot Sparrow's a good boy. Sparrow is a good boy. Is exploit their weakness in the same damage category as Icebreaker? Is beneficial to have both? Beneficial to have both. They're separate. Icebreaker is completely on its own, category-wise. Exploit their weakness is in the pool with Wrath of Nature. But those two are by themselves there, and Icebreaker is completely by itself. Primordial Encapsulator. Hell yeah. Yes, please. I want to do a Heckwaiter run. So let's switch this up a little bit. Do I switch this off for Elder Wyvern now? Because Sharksbane being 33% instead of 25. That's a bunch more gun damage. Like, the gun damage gap between Sharksbane and Elder Wyvern's Ring increased even more. Instead of just being double the gun damage to start, and then increasing by 25%. I'll switch anyway, but I don't feel good about it. Tukino. Tukino's mom's a freak. Tukino, good boy. That's fair. Only if you do DLC once on every character. If you want the stuff to be added into the pool, you have to do it on that character.
Blades looking a bit dull.
Using a bunch of blue weapons just to make the game more difficult, or those blue ones better than legendaries? So a good habit to get into inspired by green is ignore an item's rarity. If an item has a unique function, that's what you're after. Rarity confusion is a terrible thing plaguing this franchise, and it's only gotten worse over time. People will, you know, rewrite history and make it seem like this really good thing that previous games did. But rarity confusion is a serious issue. It's better in this game than it was in a couple previous ones, because we don't have as many uniques in other rarities. Like, we don't have any green or white uniques this time, so far. But if an item has a red text effect, then that is more important in many cases than the rarity of the item. So, for example, there is no legendary that does what Last Rites does. Like, it has splash ricochets, that ricochet off both surfaces and enemies, and it also has good enough stats to make it worth using. There is no legendary equivalent, so I'm not using this to prove a point, I'm using it because it's a good gun. Heckwaiter is better than any other fire bullet hose style SMG. It's got a 14 fire rate. Now, its unique gimmick beyond its special parts are that it shoots in a pentagram pattern, but it's a ×3 SMG with a 14.5 fire rate. Like, this can be a really good bullet hose. Pookie's Chew Toy is the best black powder pistol in the game because it's 5 projectiles, 12 fire rate, has a chance to refund ammo on crit, and has black powder ricochets. These are just good guns in their own right. They just happen to be quest rewards, which is why I saw a suggestion. Honestly, these quest reward items that have unique effects, I think all red text items should be legendary rarity. All of them. If it has a red text effect, just make it orange so people know, hey, this is the rarity of red text effects. That cuts down on rarity confusion. Because items of the white through purple rarities, being non-unique items, just of varying levels of power of the same items. Like, you could get this Ludite in white rarity. You could get it in green rarity, blue rarity, or purple rarity. And it just affects how big the stats are. And, obviously, white rarity can't be enchanted as well. . About my last message, tested myself, you get no gun damage bonuses when there's primary gun damage. Appears the fixed gun damage part only works when you actually roll gun damage. That seems intentional. Still think they should get rid of item score. Item score, I think, is mostly there for casual players who just do one playthrough. They want to know, hey, big number make me better, big number make me better. It's pretty misleading in general when you actually get into the meat and potatoes of the game. Like, this Luddite having lower item score than this Rogue Imp is like, that's not how the game works. But where do you find out gives you ammo back on crits? Just trying out realizing that. Yeah, and that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun, inspired by Green. Every red text has a unique thing. And part of the enjoyment for me is testing out and seeing what a thing does. It gives you more reason to experiment. It helps you fall in love with items better. I just wish they'd fix sorting and bank it backpack. 100% agree. Why so secret about what the guns do? As of yesterday, I didn't know about the Ricochet and the Fragment Ring. Google Doc sheet with all legendaries doesn't say anything. To get people to experiment more, Juventud. It obviously doesn't work because Lands fans, in a majority, can't seem to understand that if something isn't working for them, it's probably their fault. But it's to get you to experiment. Because if you saw a random item drop and it told you exactly what it did and had terrible, like, card damage. Card damage is not a reliable metric of how much damage things do, by the way. It had terrible card damage. You probably wouldn't use it. You'd be like, oh, that's what that does, and leave it there. But if you see an item you've never seen before, and you're like, I wonder what this does, and you pick it up and use it, well, that's led to some of my most favorite items in this game. Synergies would be discovered for sure. Yeah, Bazooka did. You have items like this, the Heck Waiter, which is something I regularly see people ask for buffs for. But, like, it's shredding on this build because I built around it. An item that hits this many times, this quickly, and this sustainably is fantastic not only for applying large number of dots, it's fantastic for triggering play the angles, so we're doing both of those things at the same time with this gun. So it's exceptionally good at mobbing. Because we shoot one enemy, and then the game starts desperately looking for nearby enemies to, you know, to ruin. And it works. Building around an item. There's no equivalent to this gun in any other rarity. It's a unique. It's good and not good IMO, Facepunch Ranter's chat. It can be problematic when some weapons or items are doing way more than a red text item justifiably should be doing on its own. We've had some of those in every Lands game. But it's still cool that unique items exist. And that question of why blue items is exactly why I think that red text items should all be in the legendary rarity. Because people aren't willing to try it because they see blue, and then they associate that with the non-uniques, where using a blue is just worse than using a purple. Like, it's just the same thing with worse stats. That's not how it works with uniques. Thanks, Anarchy. Very cool. Anarchy makes the shot pattern of this thing so wide. Look at that. You can see it being a pentagram a little bit better now with this, but... Queen's Cartase is really good for making your shield not full, but not doing a lot of damage. You just shoot a ground, walk over it. Ooh, that's helpful, Dex. Chestplate problem was worsened by BL2. Yeah, BL2 increased rarity confusion to an insane degree because it just had a bunch of rarities that didn't mean anything. It had quest reward items across multiple rarities. It had items that dropped as blues for no reason. It had post-launch rarity editions of Pearlescent, Seraph, Gemstone as a sub-rarity, Effervescent, and there was no consistency beyond Gemstone and Seraph had some, you know, uniqueness. Seraph was associated with its own currency and was explicitly raid boss loot. Gemstone was a very specific one DLC thing, like, hey, I'm a non-unique but with slightly better stats. But Pearlescent was just there, and Effervescent was just copy-paste of existing items, with the exception of a couple of very powerful items that did not need their own rarity denotation.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Kinda annoyed about the Sharksbane buff, might make it more go-to ring now. But Owl, they only ever nerf things. Owl, they only nerf. But how dare they nerf? All they do is nerf. Stop talking about the Sharksbane buff and the 5 other rings that got buffed. All they do is nerf. Look at the damage formula. I thought the Sharksbane is multiplicative of normal gun damage rings. Is that correct? No. The bottom effect there, the increased damage to land sharks, that's separate, but no. The gun damage is just gun damage. Ancient Deity farm time. Cool. +2 contagion. Thank you, Butt Stallion. Quest Ward Blues were the most desired weapons in the game, Pearls were Garbo. Yeah, and at the time, people hated that. Yet over time, revisionist history has dictated that, hey, we want all these valuable guns to be blues. Like, why? What does being blue do for it? Nothing, except make you have to sort through fucking every blue drop you get if it's in a general loot pool. Make a legendary. People did not like read-only farming Sandhawks for hours at the time. I don't know when, you know, someone decided to push the narrative that people did, but no, people didn't like that shit. Sharksbane most likely be the Chad ring now. Kinda already was for guns, Silent. For other slots, for other main stats, no, I don't think so. It'll be, you know, really, really good across the board. Sharksbane just great. But if you, for example, want an ability damage ring, Insight Ring got buffed a little bit, and I'm really curious to start building around this more. I like this ring effect. I'm glad it got buffed. Fingertip Pulse Ring, still good for Deathless builds. Very accessible damage. Championship Ring got a little less desirable, but the condition being on boss still makes it relevant, because bossing is where you tend to need the most damage in this game. Lethal Catch getting a buff is good. It's still kind of low tier, Lethal Catch, in my opinion. Unless you explicitly know you're going up against sharks and crabs, in which case it gets pretty fucking good. Like 66%, if you kill one of those, that's great. Mood Ring's still very desirable, because it's still very free if you're a spell shot or running an Amnesia build. I think it will just make it less clear-cut, which was their explicit stated intention of the hotfix. Anarchy might not have been a good idea. What do you mean? I loved read-only farming with Pimpernel. It's so rewarding. Uh-huh. Did you love your Storm Pearlescent Sniper being a worthless pile of shit? I loved that. Never seen a community more obsessed with playing loading screen instead of playing a game. I don't understand it. It's in its own bubble, Fusion. This is the same community that is absolutely livid at the concept of doing this when a boss attacks them. Just this. Just this. While forgetting that that's what they did versus every enemy in Borderlands 2. Because it turned off their AI. There's not a lot of logic involved with this kind of feedback. It's just emotion. Unforgiven, more like easy to forgive because it just tickles. Guess you didn't use it on Maya. Probably didn't use it on the character with the least gun damage, no? Yeah, why would you use it on anyone? Incredibly strong on Maya? No. You mean critical? Only good thing about the Storm was its ability to stack Bloodlust at like 7 stacks a second. Using on Maya, it does good damage. That's not Maya doing it, Sinju. That's your gear. And remember the purported reason for Pearlescent existing. Harder to acquire guns that are special and powerful. Unforgiven was neither powerful nor special. It provided a crit bonus smaller than a blue rarity quest reward, while being a worse gun to shoot, and being generally just kind of considered a meme. Ever been BFG type gun? Yeah. Alien Barrel Torg rocket launchers in Borderlands 3 work exactly like the BFG. With 20 points of Dispel damage myth rank is 3 points in Nimblefinger's Spirit at +3 exploit their weakness? No. Exploit their weakness is in a category where the only thing that devalues it is Wrath of Nature, and even then Wrath of Nature is harder to apply with half the action skills in the game. and half the skill tree configurations. Exploit their weakness is extremely good. It pretty much always wins. I'm mostly just using the Heck Waiter to practice Nightmare Fight, by the way. Yeah, don't get bopped into standing position here. It's awkward. There we go. Frost Shiver's level 25. Nice, Thermo. How you enjoying it so far? Random tangent, just found out you can insta-kill Iron Shrooms and regular Shrooms by Mario hopping them. I found out about that like 2 days ago, Tyrex. It's so fun. I love it. It's great. Echo Archmage. Let's try. Nightmare Fight's fun, so is Banshee and Drill, I think. I wish Banshee didn't have the proximity thing, where you die by just being close to her. Or you take damage, I should say, just by being close to her. And then Drill could stand to have better hitboxes. But other than that, yeah, I like the boss fights in this game. I think they're well designed. Okay, what do we run in the next run? Poogie's next run? Headcanon next run. We'll do a headcanon run. Definitely a headcanon run. Where is... Too many rings. That one. It's fun, I love Flaxa, yeah. The Berserker main stab multi-class. Cool, which action skill are you running? From the Shadows, I assume, because you mentioned Flak. Started BL3 with all discussions of BL2, I feel like I didn't miss much that watching a playthrough can't give me. You didn't. It hasn't aged well gameplay-wise, game design-wise. Largely nostalgia. If you're a playthrough-oriented person, then there's a lot of content to go through. So that's cool. But if you're not, you're not missing much. From the Shadows, of course. Of course.
Well, hello there, little sprout.
But yeah, for anyone who's just joined us recently, let me decode the hotfix for you. I'm just going to start doing this throughout Hotfix Day streams, just for, you know, spreading good info. They nerfed 3 rings by minor amounts. They're still valuable. Still very valuable, because their strengths are that they're easy access to the bonuses. They buffed 6 rings, including the Shark's-Bane. This one was not listed. They buffed 6. 6 rings were buffed. 6. They added 2 assault rifles that were dedicated only farms into the assault rifle bunny, so you can have an easier time acquiring them. And they acknowledged a bug with a ring and said that they're unable to hotfix it, so they're working on it for the next patch. Good hotfix. How you doing, Boom? Can't believe people are still playing BL2. People like different things, Thermal. I want to be very clear that I don't believe that people should, like, not play that game. If it's what you like, then enjoy it. Play the thing you enjoy most. And there are plenty of people who are capable of doing that without becoming walking, just garbage dumps of toxicity and terrible takes. Like, someone I talk to pretty much every day who vastly prefers BL2 and makes no secret of it, Epic NNG. We talk very often about just all sorts of community-related things and, you know, this game versus that thing. And there's not much we agree on. But guess what? He's not a raging asshole about it. Like, at the end of the day, we could be like, hey, you prefer this thing, I prefer this thing, but I see where you're coming from. That is a nuance that is, well, that little bit isn't shared by a lot of very vocal people out there. And it's a shame. Evan, what are you doing? This cat look like oddest. I don't know what that means, Thermal. Cat attack, yeah. Give me from the shadows back. Gun is this? This is the head cannon, Scooby. This is the head cannon. Quest reward gun. Very good. It makes a an explosion when you crit. And it's very good. Cool, and you do? Huh. That's cool. PL2 VR is damn well still worth playing. It's just fun. I believe that. If I was going to play a VR game, that'd probably be on my list. I don't have much interest in VR. I've had some motion sickness sensitivity in a lot of games, so I feel like that would flare up there. But I think that'd be on the list of ones I would try. All landscapes are the pros and cons, it's all fun in different ways. Right, each one does different things better. As I mentioned before, if you're a playthrough-oriented person, then Borderlands 2 by far has the most content for you. If you just like playing through storylines, that game has the most. If you like diversity in endgame activities, Borderlands 3. If you like exceptional skill tree design, Borderlands the pre-sequel. If you like an actual dark and gritty vibe to your post-apocalyptic alien hellscape planet, Borderlands 1. If you like having a large amount of replayability in endgame content, this game. Each one has a strength. Hey Felicia, how you doing? You know what quest it is from? Somehow pass over this one. This is from Armageddon Distracted. You know the blue hat guy quest in... I'm not pointing to a blue hat. My blue hat's over there somewhere. The blue hat guy quest in Asugol? It's that one. Armageddon Distracted. Gotta say, I cultivate the attitude everyone with opinion other than mine is human trash. Yeah, Mentalist? Did you start a Reddit thread on that? I think you'd fit in. I know you're joking, by the way. Quag's blue hat guy confirmed. She's on to me. Build the head cannon hits like a tank. Head cannon is just a good gun, Paul. It's one of those guns that you want to crit a lot. Like how with black powder guns you want to crit so you get the ricochets. This is kind of like that. So From the Shadows comes in and it's like, hey, what if you just got the effect on every shot? I'm like, hey, that sounds great. And because I'm also running Spore Warden with Play the Angles, I can make this head cannon ricochet as well. So it goes from a purely single target gun to able to mob as well. Makes it a lot more consistent. And I'm using a corrupted plate mail because uniquely, plate mail converting part of your damage to a bonus element, for a lot of on-hit effects, it makes the game check twice. So we're not just getting one explosion from a crit with the head cannon, we're getting one for the damage converted by the plate mail as well. So we're getting 2 explosions. And this is what building around item synergies means, finding things like that. And because each pull of the trigger we're getting 4 instances of damage, you know, we get the 2 hits and the 2 explosions. We're also applying a lot of status effects, which makes this really good with Sabomancer's dot stuff, like Contagion. It also means that we're applying a lot of dark magic status effects, which is a lot of healing, which lets us keep better uptime on this enchantment.
The storm takes flight.
It's all coming together. Telltale Borderlands is best. It's pretty cool story stuff. I'm more of a gameplay guy, so I don't own Tales, but I've watched playthroughs of Tales and it's cool. Surprise, surprise, I'm actually big on Reddit. They called me the Metis. Nice. You always forget about Borderlands Legends. As they perhaps should. Picked up this gun because you're really fun to use. Hey, I'm glad you're liking it, flexing harder. I picked it up because of 2 people. I love Cheese too. Just loves this gun. He's been using it the entire time, like since his first playthrough, and been trying to get me to use it. I eventually started using it because Tatsu decided to be like, hey, here's a save with headcannons. And that's what finally got me to actually try it. So, credit to them for getting me to actually use the gun. But, really entertaining. Definitely one of my favorites. Even as someone who's absolutely awful at aiming, I really enjoy this gun. It's very satisfying. That's what I love about this game. You can make so many things good if you build into it that some people think just suck. Right. It's a matter of, hey, how can I get more value out of this? Obviously, if I was not critting often, this gun would feel just bad. If I was relying on my enchantment slot on my weapon to give me damage, these guns would feel less valuable. But I'm not. I'm building around the items I'm using. So I get a lot more mileage. We'll do, next run, we'll do Pookie's Chew Toy. To showcase that that gun is also good when built around. In fact, they're a good purple gear and quest rewards and endgame's awesome. Yeah. Hey Emily, how you doing today? Not gonna be instant deleting items like others can do, but it'll still work. Right. And not everything needs to be at that insta deletion threshold. Help with auto magic gun build, please. How you sustaining your ammo, Silent? So like the big thing with auto magic is you either want a lot of ammo regen, a lot of reload speed, or free reloads. So you got 3 flavors there. So, headcanon cycled Nightmare faster than any of the other guns we've used so far. That's fine. Yeah, this guy. The vertical swipe, you just strafe it like that. This attack, sigils block it, but you can also just run. There you go, headcanon. We'll call it a BRBL game. Alright, give me 1 second, chat. I actually heard the door during that fight, so BRB. Here, look at the headcanon. I'll BRB 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I had to pick things up and put them down. Big package delivery. Hey, Wavy Gaming. Nice to see another person of color who also enjoys the Borderlands series. Keep this up. Hey, my pleasure. Not the first time I've gotten that comment, and it always is nice, because, yeah, there's not a lot of, in particular, speaking from my own identity experiences, not a lot of black dudes playing Borderlands and making content about it, so I like that my presence can serve as comfort or motivation. Yeah, okay, see, killer. Yeah, you don't need to say that every time. I remember. I'm not that bad with names. Watching your realize I've deleted so many good items in the past just because they're blue or even purple. Now I take my time and look through every item and see what it does, as well as check the vendors for possible goodies also. Yeah, Paul. That ties back into the conversation we had about rarity confusion. I do think perfectly, like, in a perfect world, red text items should all be legendary so that people don't pass them up. Because people don't pass up legendary, it's the highest rarity, you know? So, uniques like the headcanon, if those were all orange rarity, it'd make it a little more accessible to people in terms of knowing what to keep and what to not. But ultimately, just knowing that more than rarity makes the item, that's enough to get you experimenting with different things. So, I like that it works out that way. Thank you, Mentalist. I appreciate that. Cursewood is Ribula for his boss of the game. Yeah. Yep. That's kind of crazy. Talk about BO3. You think it'll return to it one day? Maybe. Honestly, the May events have me considering doing BO3 one of these days. But, I don't know. What I look for most in a game to play long term is build crafting based endgame. And the thing with BL3 is, over the course of 2 years, me and a bunch of other people, we min-maxed the shit out of that game. There's not much in the build scene that people like myself, Lazy, Moxie, CZ, you know, there's not much, Stone Swan, there's not much that those kinds of people haven't done. So there's less reason to want to go back. Hey, manual transmission. Proof that it's here. So that's the big reason why I haven't, like, gone back to BL3 yet. It's not like games before BO3 where I just don't have a desire to go back to because I don't like the gameplay. It's just I've kind of put in my time. Like, I have over 6,000 hours in BL3. Hover headcanon? Yeah. What are red text items? So see how this one says captain of the ship right there? It doesn't really tell you what it does. But every item that has a red text effect has something unique that it does that a random, like, purple doesn't have. There are random purples that have reasons to use them, but every item that has a red text has something unique about it. Let's do a Pookie's run. Do I change up anything here? No. Cool. So this is the Pookie's Chew Toy, which we've affectionately started calling the Margaret. Because this thing is basically a massively upgraded Maggie. It's a Maggie that gives you back ammo, or has a chance to give back ammo, on crit. And also has a bigger mag. Really good gun.
Might have lived if you'd run. I'm good.
Yeah, Gloop is in the first room. There's one in the 7th room. Then what was the other one? 3, 4? Too bad it doesn't do Lucky 7 boom stuff. Hey, maybe they introduce something like that at some point in the future. We don't know. Been busy today, just got a chance to sit down and read the Hotfix. Appears to be a very minimal week, possibly for the best. Yeah, I think a light touch is good, Jester. There's one undocumented thing that we've found so far. Shark's-Bane was also buffed. So they buffed 6 rings, nerfed 3, added 2 hard-to-farm items into the Chaos Chamber Bunny in the Assault Rifle category, and gave us a good featured run. So I think sometimes minimal is better, and this is one of those sometimes. Told people on Twitter complain about the hotfix. Their problems are game knowledge and player skill issues. Can't wait for the replies. Oh, they're not gonna like that one. Get that please? Shark's Bane was buffed? Yes. So, Shark's Bane was 25% on crit. Shark's Bane is now 33% on crit. Gun rolls wasn't touched? Correct. We understand a little bit more about how Shark's Bane gun stuff works now, thanks to CZ. It seems intentional that Shark's Bane just gives more gun damage than other rings. I don't know if I agree with it, but that's just how it works.
Settled, isn't it? Swoop and tear.
Same thing, Universal Soldier. It looks intentional to me. Should they ever fix it, then they should fix both. Maybe non-gun Shark's Banes are not supposed to be a thing. Maybe? Could be. That was largely without my full health enchant, because I'm bad. A lot of unique rings, not the traditional ones, have a secret buff to them. However, since they cannot roll primary stats beyond their special effect, we don't see any double rolls on those. Right. Counting is hard. Yeah. Remember, they could literally do 6 buffs to 3 nerfs and mention of 1 future bug fix, and people will still complain. Why do you nerf everything and never fix anything? Like, alright, let's see what the problem is here.
Talons of the Tempest. Hope you're carrying coins. Killed for free.
we have a dot formula, or if it's being worked on, we could probably justify a dot section in the formula doc. What do you think about that, CZ? Hey Grumpy, how do the lands wonder? The lands wonder well. We eating good with a hotfix as well. Some nice buffs. There's simplified dot formula. Is it there? I must have missed it then. I don't check often. And who gotta get going and enjoy it, everyone. Take it easy, Boom. You have a good one. Make Sen do it. Sen would do it. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. Yup. Do people complain because there's one nerf? Yes. So, I'll break down the thought process for you, Grumpy. If there's even a single nerf or bug fix, they complain that there's nerfs. If there's not those things, they complain that there's no bug fixes. And if there's a mix, no matter how many buffs and bug fixes there are, they'll complain there's nerfs. That all make sense? No? Single drop of nerf. Just a single drop. A little bit. Reading comprehension's an all-time low these days. Yup. Like, the build I'm using right now was straight up buffed today. Like, it was buffed. My options for rings in this build have also dramatically improved. One-to-one stream, they're going nuts because the boss are like 6% nerfs over 50. I was like, geez, calm down, my dude. Yeah. Like, even when there's changes I don't agree with, I refuse to make my entire footprint on the internet just that level of negativity. It's not worth my energy, it's not good for my mental health, and it makes me look like a fucking asshole. Like to bring back the Beyonce joke with today's ring changes? Yes. Yes. We need memes stat. Loot ring and finger ward nerf feels deserved, to be honest. This only improves the amount of usable rings and builds. Finger ward, I kind of push back on finger ward a little bit because it's not too easy to keep full wards. But championship ring and mood ring nerfs, absolutely agree with those. They're just too easy and they did so much. They still are great. That's the thing. They didn't delete the items from the game. They're still great. And Paul, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you so much. I came in too early. I charged too early. Skill issue. Oh, thought I had more time. I didn't. What are you even spinning at? Oh, you can see me. Huh. It's a little difference with the nerf. Build's still fine. Yup. I feel like the official Wonderland's Twitter account should just release tweets says you've all been skill issued. Yeah, they'd never. Yeah. No chance. Hey, Scooby-Doo. Thank you so much for the 4 months with the 3 streak. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. I feel like all bosses just ignore from the shadows. Some don't. Drill and Wastard notably can be visibly confused by from the shadows. Like, Wastard will just start walking around and Drill will just stand there waiting patiently. But the timing of your usage matters. Wrong attack. There we go. Gotta go be busy. Sounds good, Emily. Enjoy your lurk. Blaster being confused is godsend in the speedrun? Yeah. Just noticed Quag's using the speedrun setup. Shoot toys from the shadows. Shoot toy is a good gun. Using it in endgame at C35. It's a very good gun. How fast are the speedruns now? I'm curious to know that as well. It is, they nerfed it for early though. Like, after using it at endgame, I'm totally on board with the nerf to Pookie's Chew Toy. Because, think of this thing 27.8% stronger right now. Like, this thing eats at endgame. It eats. If this was stronger, like, 143.08 in game time? Nice. That's really fast. Is that double shotgun mag size on a lethal catch? Lethal catch just got buffed. That's potentially good. I'm picking that up. Class ring was untouched, I think. Yeah. Yeah, class ring was one of the ones that was not touched. Shell casing, this is the one that's bugged. So this one says it's checking your ammo. It's actually just the low health one. Guys, see the Netflix Resident Evil series trailer? Oh, that's today, right? I have not seen it. I'll have to watch that after stream. Yeah, so shell casing is actually this ring. The fingertip pulse oximeter. The question is, do I use this lethal catch? It's a lot less gun damage for sure, like a lot less, and I lose the shotgun crit, pistol crit, but that's a lot of shotgun mag size, which could help my last right's ammo regen. I don't know. Haven't tried the manual transmission. Maybe we use this. Shits and giggles. See what I can do with it. We'll try it. We'll try it. The reason in code why that ring affects on 2 separate lines? I don't know.
Don't smell, you know.
Pookie's Chew Toy. what do I put on this enchantment-wise? Always Body Rune, right? Body Rune is, pretty hard to pass up. It is legitimately 3 wards worth of effects, of good effects individually, all in one. And it's, pretty low on part variance, so just having, like, a Body Rune is good enough, right? You don't need a particular Body Rune, it's just good.
Come on, have some fun. Go on.
Okay, Sinju, maybe drop it. Maybe drop it. I don't think that telling the majority of the player base skill issue is something that should be done in general. Especially not unprovoked. And there's 0 chance that any official socials would ever subscribe to doing something like that. But yeah, let's just drop it, because, yeah. Alright, this is hard to use in actual gameplay, because I need to stare at the heat bar. This is so awkward. And then I just kind of look for targets. Like, maybe I save that for single target. Alright. Here's what I'll do. I'll use this until a beefy single target, and then I'll switch. The 4 orderings have the highest bonus. Could Boniface Soul builds come a thing? So the nature of these changes, Static Sheep, are not necessarily to make one thing a new best, and it's not going to create any builds that didn't exist. It's just going to get people experimenting more. That's their stated ideology behind the changes, and that's pretty much what it's going to do. Anything that was possible before is still possible, and nothing new has been enabled. It's just the difference in power between these rings is much less dramatic, which allows for it's more player friendly this way. Oh, is that too early? It's hard not being able to hear it. Too slow. Yeah, this gun's really awkward to use. Maybe not suited to this kind of build, but the damage is like, it's there. It's absolutely there. It's just so awkward. Like, maybe you just use it like a regular gun, and then if you know you're gonna have to reload soon, just upshift. Hey Sybil, how you doing? Shiny Umbreon. There an audio cue for when a gun's about to overheat? With this gun, yes. Yes, there is. So pretend you're actually playing a driving game. Add on a thing in other Borderlands titles, like community-made stuff. Not really. No. Because the nature of modding in these games is it's through custom hotfixes, which can't introduce new assets for the most part.
Where it's gonna be, eh?
Like, I hit the button, but it didn't do the thing. It's bad. Yeah, this gun is like, it's not bad. I'm definitely gonna revisit it. But, not this build. Not this build. Did a lot better than I expected it to. Full disclosure, I expected that gun to suck shit. But it didn't. What am I gonna use this run instead? It's old reliable. Old reliable. You can go there. You can go there. You. Is this Lucian's flag? Yes, Frizz. Yes, it is.
Good for what is.
So awkward if I had a nickel for every time.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Love visual representations of certain buff durations, etc. Yeah, the buff bar in this game, it's better than Borderlands 3's, but it's still, like, not great. Thinking Queen's Cry with some reload speed would be fun, or am I mistaken? You're absolutely correct. Doing auto magic build around Soaked, doing Slip and Sun, Cape Tide, Shamwai with Nova, Double Sharks, Bane's Arcane Bolt. What is Shamwai providing? Yeah, what is Shamwai doing for you, Silent? And also, what classes? Last Rites kicks a lot with Anarchy, but the damage is substantial. Like, this recoil, yeah. This is not me moving it, this is just, it kicks this hard. Ward Break drops Puddle, I think that's Soaked, right? Spore Ward and Stab. That Puddle's not doing, like, anything. And that also means the ward's doing nothing for you while it's full. Doing Spore Stabo. In terms of other wards I'd look into, Last Gasp, of course, is great. It's more ammo regen, it's more reload speed, fire rate, all good stuff. You've got Body Rune, of course. Ancient Deity of the element of, you know, the gun you're using is some available damage. Just Shamwai's doing nothing there. Unless you're doing the Tori sticky shenanigans with an auto magic, but like, why? Body Rune it is, yep. Shamwai use case equals only till I get to roll the Barrage Reload enchant. I feel you there. So, I'm thinking, tomorrow, I guess I continue the playthrough? The Giga Chad Zerker? Yeah, we'll continue Giga Chad Zerker tomorrow. Nothing earth-shattering in terms of balance changes from this week's hotfix. So, I'll just continue fleshing out the build concepts I've been working on off-stream, and then Giga Chad Zerker on-stream. I did want to wait to decide what the content for the rest of the week would be, and the hotfix helped me decide that. Oh, no complaints. Oh, I'm already carrying max. Huh. No Ferrier buffs at least? Yeah. Ruins body? No, bonk. Bonk, Mr. Atblock. Don't do it. He's my favorite gun on the whole game, so good and fun. What, the Last Rites is your favorite, Scooby? I love this gun. This is probably my favorite gun as well. Huge fan of this item. It's just It's well designed. It's got a unique niche. It's got downsides. It's got investment thresholds where you need to really prioritize certain stats to get the most out of it. And it's got class synergies. It's just a really well fleshed out item. Like, this gun isn't going to feel nearly as good for you if you don't have fire rate and some amount of mag size. The ricochets are splashed, that gives you an opportunity to invest damage formula-wise. Because it ricochets, you can double down on that kind of stuff with things like play the angles. It's good damage delivery across an area. Frost means you can do the freezy tech that Berserker has to offer. And, like, the gun has significant recoil. Nice. And a slow reload speed. It's got downsides. The best augment on the last gas to make it work better. Maybe something, one of the ones that increases your recharge delay, keeps it down longer. If you can get health on the last gas, that'll make you tankier while it's broken. But basically, things that reduce the capacity and or the delay. Each augment has its own impact on that. I don't have that list in front of me right now. Basically, you just don't want recharge parts, and you don't want delay parts. Nova can be inconvenient as well. Turtle? Nah, Turtle would make it harder to break. You want the last gas to break. I got too close. No, I got sniped. Yeah, I'll redo that. I got sniped. That was ugly. Also, my game's now reminding me it's been open for 5 hours. Proof from the Shadows works on bosses. Nightmare has no fucking idea I'm here. Au revoir, goodbye, have fun, hope you have a good rest of your stream, hope you return tomorrow because I have to finish up work at my house, and sorry days are being rude to you. See you on Saturday. See you then, Sinju. And I want to thank you for doing what a lot of Twitch chatters don't do, and you know, approaching a disagreement, and especially a disagreement-related timeout, in a mature manner. So, like, thank you for your maturity. Does mean a lot. See, this community is great. We get to get good conversations. At the end of the day, we can disagree about stuff, but, like, everyone's chill. I love that about us. It's good shit. I wanted a pistol. What did I... Perceiver. Yeah. Duh. Perceiver. Wholesome. Yeah, wholesome. I want to test out Perceiver on this build at some point. So, preferably one that It's favorable soaked elements, cryo perceiver. Yeah. I'm still figuring out what my Saturday plan is. We might do variety. I don't know. Haven't decided. OPS, give my frames back. Stop just eating them randomly. Queen's Cry, bad parts. Perceiver, but it's fire. Dark Magic Perceiver. Yeah, Volatile ×3 Ludite. Very nice. No luck here. Oh well. If it weren't for this place, the internet would be absolutely without hope to me. Well, I'm glad we can be the last bastion of sanity for you, Jaybridge. What does the Perceiver do? When you crit with the Perceiver, it has a chance, which is calculated based on your crit chance, to do an amount of damage related to your crit damage. Now, the reason why I said it in that convoluted way is because that's been abbreviated to, hey, it double crits, by some more imprecise theory crafters, and that's not quite what it does, because that would do different things. So, Perceiver has a chance to do bonus damage when it crits based on your crit chance and your crit damage. It's actually funny that using a regular legendary last gas is better than primordial because less shield. Right, yeah. The only time that changes is, say, if you're a berserker with unarmored defense where capacity equals health. So taking a little bit more capacity gets you a lot more health. That's the only time that's different. But yeah, Last Gasp and Counter Feint are a couple wards that I wouldn't want bigger capacities on. Like Last Gasp, Counter Feint, Bad Egg, Cursed Wit, Afterburner. All of those you want less. Which does mean that refarming them for Chaos Tiers is less of a thing. That's cool. So one of the best game communities not gonna let a few bad apples spoil the bunch. Yeah, Mr. Adblock, well said. I'm gonna put away that manual transmission. Gonna revisit that on another setup. And I'll put that Mace Wardo away. Still want to test that a bit. But yeah, so I think that's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it for today. Right on time, actually. Funny. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Final thoughts on the hotfix. Hotfix good. 6 buffs, 3 nerfs, an incoming bug fix in the patch, confirmed, and more accessibility for the manual transmission and the donkey. So, good hotfix. Spread the good word. Remember, 6 is more than 3. If anyone tries to tell you all they do is nerf, 6 is more than 3. So let's find somewhere for you guys to raid. I'll be live tomorrow. Business as usual. We'll probably be starting with the Giga Chad Zerker Chaos Climb. Let's see who's doing the thing. Dame's move on to Bioshock 2. Mitsu's playing some Back for Blood. Lazy's on doing his thing. We haven't raided Lazy in a few streams. I'll be there anyway. Let's go there. Raid message will be... We'll go with this. We'll go with this. Do that. Do that. Should have put a ring on it. Copy that. We'll raid with a Beyonce reference. And also Hotfix Notes reference. But yeah, again, thank you guys so much. I'm trying to stay a positive space in this this fan base. It's a little stressful at times, but I think it's worthwhile. I appreciate all the support and whatnot. Let's go say hi to Lazy. Thank you again for everything. There's a bit of a stream delay based on frame drop, so I'm talking for more time than I need to. But I'll catch you guys next time. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Bye-bye.